Welcome, everybody. My name is Terminus, and today we are here for the last time. Very sad. We're here for the last time watching Arcane. Watching this incredible series that I had on my radar for a long time, but kind of never really gotten into it before I urged myself kind of in the realm of this reaction channel thing. And it's always hard for me to end a series because there's so much left that could be said about a series that I haven't had the time to say. With all of the 5 to 6 hours for each single one of those 6 acts that I've reacted to, 3 acts of season 1, 3 acts of season 2. Well, I'll soon have reacted to the last act now. And last time we kind of left on a very mysterious kind of thing, right? We left on a lot of things blowing up in our face, basically. A lot of things just as always in the second act, a lot of things heading to their natural conclusions, right? Towards probably an end that leaves a lot of questions, leaves a lot of things open, but also an end that kind of paints a picture of how the future could look, right? How it could shape out to be with all of those characters that we had, that we know and love, that we've come to love through the course of the series. All of the issues they still have, right? Like Jinx's borderline personality disorder like things, like Echo's plight of just losing his entire family and trying to grow into his role as the new leader, somebody who gives people hope, right? As somebody who has a lot of bright-mindedness, although Echo in typical Echo fashion hasn't been in the second act once again. It seems like Fortiche kind of made it their own running gag that Echo just disappears in the second act. I do hope he's gonna return in this act because it would be really cool to just because of the parallels and also to tie up the bows on stories that we've seen in both the mainline series as well as the enemy short cinematic that we've seen. There should be some tie-up, especially since he has been hanging with Heimerdinger, and we still don't know what's gonna happen to these people because they weren't involved in the second act. But obviously we have all of the other main characters too. We have Vi, we have Jinx, as I already mentioned. We have Jace, who I don't know, is he dead? Is he alive, right? We do have not Chase, Victor, I mean. Victor, is he alive? Is he dead? And what is Chase gonna do now, right? What is his goal or directive? It seems like he's kind of being controlled by some force or entity or by some kind of law of nature, be that the hex core or be that some force opposing it or whatever, but at the very least, right? And we do have the whole thing with Mel and her powers awakening as a result of her being captured by the Black Rose. We still don't know who they exactly is. Then we have Ambessa in the mix, and we of course have the fantastic love story of, well, fantastic, the tumultuous love story of Vi and Caitlyn, which still needs a proper conclusion that I hope we're gonna get this act. Yeah, we're gonna get that in this or the next episode, maybe, or maybe in the last episode, or who knows, right? We don't know how this is gonna end. Vi always kind of failing with her fist to the face kind of approach, with her tanking a lot of hits with her own face kind of approach, as Echo pointed out in I think it was season 1. Yeah, her having her heart at the right place, but always trying to kind of punch her way out of a situation, which is kind of this whole tragedy of her probably being the one that has the most heart, that cares the most, but also being the one that has learned that maybe learned too much, that that using her fists is her way to enact change upon the world. I do know that Ed, for example, of Psych culturists, talks about a lot about like hands being agents of change, which is a nice metaphor. Obviously, other things can be agents of change as well. Our mouths, our eyes, even, right? Like, but hands are the most prolific example of that, because hands kind of, as a human species, allowed us to evolve beyond what our ancestors used to do, right? Like the opposable thumb and our ability to interact with tools in order to help us properly use our environment. Well, properly, right? Like to use our environment to a larger and more efficient extent. And as such, it is a prime example of how we can affect the environment around us beyond words, beyond our feet, right? Because our feet are still like, where are we going, right? They decide the direction we're going in. Our hands might interact with what's in our proximity, but our feet are obviously also a very important mechanism by which we interact with the world, even if it's a passive kind of interaction. That passive kind of interaction is it carries us to where we want to be in space, in order to also maybe within the time we want to get there, hopefully, in order to be at the places that we can enact change in, right? So in a way, that's also a metaphor, right? Like for adventure, for just like going down new roads, right? I had a lot of conversations about that in my Monogatari reactions, where it was about roads. There's even, I think, a Monogatari story, which is Koyumi Road, which is just all about that, right? Like as a metaphor for the paths we walk in life. And obviously we do have all throughout history and like all throughout literature, we do have that prime metaphor and example for meeting a fork in the road, right? And having to decide to go one way in order to reach a certain goal. And we don't know what's at the end of those roads, right? Even if one of the roads seems to lead more in the direction of where we want to go, might be that this one veers off at some point and the other one would have led us maybe through a longer way to where we actually wanted to go. That is very important, interesting philosophical things to think about. I do love these questions and thoughts, even though they are kind of without an answer, right? They're kind of open-ended, because we have to, first of all, we will never be able to prove any of the conclusions that we come to, and second of all, we need to come to conclusions on our own, right? For our own lives. This is not something that you can objectively prove, since, as we've established many times, not just in psychology, but in philosophy and other branches of science or thinking, that the world is very subjective and very dependent on who the vessel is that receives these inputs, right? Who is the person that receives the visual input? Who is the person that hears the words that are being said, that listens to the melodies that kind of play in the world, right? If you want to become very poetic with it, right? If you want to express it in a very poetic way. But there's a lot of roads we can go, but I think for the first time, I actually have no idea where the series is going. We already had kind of like a semi-conclusion where with season 1, right? The finale of season 1, where it was like, holy shit, what's gonna happen now, right? It blew the whole thing open, and we were prepared for almost anything, but we could make educated guesses on what kind of things could be happening in the future based on that one action of Jinx at or also the action of every other individual character that happened at the end of season 1. But now I have really very little idea of where we're going, because the last cliffhanger left us with a very open interpretation, with a very like chaotic display of events happening, right? Bessa lost her right-hand man. Again, I'm not remembering his name 100%, because I think it has been said like 2 or 3 times in the series and I didn't pay attention to it. But yeah, she lost her right-hand man, and is certainly emotionally impacted by that. We saw that at the end of the last episode. We do potentially have Isha being dead. We don't know for sure, but the ending sure as hell made it seem like a big grand sacrifice of her taking herself out together with Warwick slash Vander and ending that. Though you could, I guess, there's a lot to interpret here and analyze, because we can look at how much really children are affected by what we present them, we present to them as adults, right? And Jinx being kind of a role model for Isha is problematic on multiple levels, but problematic especially because what we have kind of coming out of that is Jinx carrying herself with this air of self-sacrifice and not valuing her own life enough, which kind of often, well, or kind of can lead to this idea of that being an admirable trait. And if it's being reinforced by events that are happening as a result of what Jinx is doing and saying, then that can give Isha, or any child that is feeling closely connected to Jinx, this impression that this is something to strive for, right? That this is something to actually do. Especially if she does it in the interest of somebody who she looks up to and loves, which is Jinx, and maybe by proxy even Vi in that case. And this is where we kind of veer into the territory of very interesting theories about developmental psychology. We veer into the area of Bandura, or Bandura, however you want to pronounce it, who established this idea of model learning in childhood, which is very, very, very important for learning experiences, especially in childhood and in youth. That a lot of what we're learning in terms of our behaviors, in terms of our worldview, and in terms of our perception is informed by us observing other people that are close to us, that we look up to, performing these actions, and observing the consequences that come from it, right? So there have been countless tests about children learning behaviors, especially if these behaviors are not punished or even rewarded, right? There have been psychologists looking into aggression as a vessel, a medium to be learned by model learning, where a certain scientist has showed some kind of aggressive behavior towards a doll or something, and the consequences of that being either neutral or neutral, non-existent, or positive, and children emulating that later on in the experiment because of that, right? So there is definitely a case to be made, and this was also like, there's been a lot of studies outside of lab environments as well that back that up, that model learning is a very, very important thing, and that us learning from our primary persons of care, most of the time being our mother and our father, is a big part of us growing up and learning how to behave in society. So Bandura goes back to a lot like behavioral sciences, right? Behavior scientists, such as, if you name the earliest kind of almost the founder of that whole category of psychology, you would have Pavlov with his famous experiments with dogs, where it's all about associations. And then we go further than that, where we have operant conditioning, which would be Skinner and Watson and all of these people. We don't even want to mention how far that went, where we had literally, I think it was Watson having an experiment with like a very famous child that was called Albert, where they actually conditioned Albert to be absolutely afraid of rats, despite previously not having any aversion to them, by pairing up the presentation of a rat with like super loud, painful noises right next to him, right? A child, right? Like you have a child and you have like you present to them like a hamster or a rat or something, and they're not afraid at all, right? And it's like they're playing with it, but each time you present that animal, you're suddenly using a very sharp noise, such as like banging two metal bars together right next to him. And as a result of that conditioning, you get to the point where you're like, this child is terribly afraid of that animal, even if there's no noise connected to it in that specific instance. And then the tragic thing about that is actually that instead of continuing that experiment, and obviously, well, you should have never started the experiment, but instead of getting this experiment to come to its conclusion and managing to actually desensitize Albert again and make sure they are not in panic regarding little fluffy animals like a hamster or a rat, by exposing him again to these animals without having the negative effects, they actually interrupted the experiment. And I think the mother and Albert, they moved away for some reason, probably because they didn't want to be part of that. Like the mother maybe didn't want to be part of that experiment anymore. I think she used to be like an assistant of the psychologist, right? And then possibly the child never was cured of that. So yay, psychology, I guess. Holy shit. I mean, there's a lot of these things, right? Stanford prison experiment, whatever, right? There's a lot of psychological experiments that today would not be allowed because we know they're not ethical. But kind of some of these were crucial in laying the foundation of what we know today about psychology, which is kind of like that very weird feeling, like element of moral ambiguity, because of the one hand it was absolutely unacceptable to do that to a child, and on the other hand we wouldn't be as far as we were today if that didn't happen. So yeah, it's it's not great, but yeah, goes back to all of this, right? Association learning and all of that stuff. But Bandura went further. He had developed a model based on just like how does our passive observation of other people behaving in certain ways and receiving certain consequences, how does that actually impact us? And model learning, as time went on, had more and more of a very important role within our theory of how children learn behaviors over time, right? And it's very influential, apparently, according to all of our experiments, what the people that we look up to, that we are very close to, that we're kind of bound to as children, what they do and what kind of consequences they get out of that. And I guess this very self-sacrificial and borderline suicidal behavior of Jinx kind of really rubbed off on Isha, who, as we have seen in the last episodes, is absolutely adoring Jinx and looking up to her and like modeling herself after her, going as far as dyeing her hair blue, going as far as like going out to the citizens and of Zaun and actually raising that flare, right? And being a symbol for them in Jinx's stead when Jinx is not even here. Yeah, one has to wonder what kind of thoughts were going through her head as she was going for that sacrifice, right? The monster was going wild, everything was chaotic and exploding, right? So the question was Isha's thought here to kind of relieve Vander of his suffering, of his, like, I don't even know in which capacity Vander was, like why Vander was in that state that he was in, but I'm pretty sure it had something to do with Victor, who worked with him for a very long time, not being here anymore, not being able to kind of draw out the man from that weird, like, that weird merging of man and beast that we have. Somebody provided context to that beast, by the way, like that it's like a beast in the lore of, I think, League of Legends, where it's like a 3-headed beast, and they kind of like, the doctor had that scene with the cave earlier on, that's kind of almost, you're almost passing it by, because you, in that moment, you don't have any ability to contextualize it yet. And he kind of like lured the beast and kind of captured it, or I guess even maybe potentially killed it, and then he merged what was left of Vander with the beast. And yeah, it's really crazy, and I feel like not enough explanation has gone into that, but at least we have enough to kind of get the hints of in which direction this was going and what was probably potentially happening, with us having to fill in the gaps, I guess. And I guess like people who know a little bit more about like the world of League of Legends would probably be able to fill that in better than somebody who has never played it and never like busied themselves with the lore beyond knowing what Noxus is, because like even people who don't play League of Legends know what Noxus is to a degree. Like it's one of the biggest faction of that world, right? It's like some kind of empire and whatnot, and you see the art sometimes when you have like new League of Legends trailers and whatever. But yeah, what do I expect from these last 3 episodes? I do hope they find a relatively satisfying conclusion. I'm no doubt the conclusion will be very bittersweet, the way I know League of Legends, the way I know Arcane, I wanted to say. It will be very bittersweet, probably. It will have some positives and some negatives. I do hope, like I said, that we see that Vi and Caitlyn romance come to its conclusion and bloom, right? Be something that we can be happy about. I do wonder where Jinx lands at the end of it. I'm sure she won't be magically cured of all of her problems, but I do hope that she maybe gets to a place where she can live with herself and work on herself. Isha already brought her to that place, but I'm worried that the death of Isha might trigger something that is going into a rather negative direction. Obviously, it all depends on what exactly all of this time with Isha and all the time that she now spent with Vi, at least in the last episode, has put her, right, where she is on a mental, in terms of a mental state. And where we're going with it. I do hope that we get some kind of conclusion for Victor and Jace. Hope that we can somehow save Jace, and no doubt he will be very distraught about everything that he did. Be that even if he was in control all along, but I do think that he is not, so he will be even more distraught probably. And I do still not give up the hope for Victor to still be alive, because I do think that there is the possibility in what kind of being Victor actually was at the end of all of that. It was almost kind of a hive mind being created, like a collective unconscious. Shout out to Jung. Shout out to Jung with his archetypes and whatnot. Yeah. Or was it Jung, or was it actually our other dude? I don't even know anymore. I think it was Jungian archetypes and like collective unconscious, but it could have also been the other very influential psychologist who was a student of Freud's, right? I know it was a student of Freud's, and it was either Jung or I can't think of his name, right? I'll have to look that up later. But yeah, I do hope that gets concluded to a degree. We kind of come to a conclusion, maybe even with Heimerdinger regarding the Hex Core, and maybe Echo plays in there as well. Echo is still like kind of neutral ground and just standing in for the people, which I absolutely love. But we do now have a force with Vi and Jinx, who are both kind of sympathetic to the people of Zaun, still mostly against the people of the upper city, but trying to find a way for the people to kind of just continue and thrive, and for themselves to kind of live a life that they are satisfied with. There's a lot of feelings going on there, and I do think that both Vi and Jinx still have a lot of differences in how they perceive the world and how they want the world to continue, if they want the world to continue. But I do think that Vi, Jinx, and Echo have a lot of overlap in the goals they want to achieve, with Echo probably being the most, from what I've seen of him, being the most hopeful and being also the one who would almost have the best position to be a leader of Zaun that is positive for them, rather than something like when we see what Silco has been doing, even though he meant well, when we've seen what even Vander was doing, even though he meant well. I think Echo would be superior to that with the way he carries himself and what little we saw of the worldview he has and the attitude. And he would probably, in my opinion, even be better than Jinx and Vi, but Jinx has been held to a high standard by the people of Zaun, so maybe we do need her in the boat for that. We also have, obviously, still Vi, still not the person she maybe wanted to be in the end, or the person she could have been if she wasn't abducted at the end of episode 3, right? She could have maybe taken that place of Vander and taken over and be the new hope for the people of Zaun, but it wasn't meant to be. And then we'll have to see who is going to carry the most weight in terms of voice when it comes to the upper Piltover city, right? The rich and the influential and the academics and all of that. Be that Chase, be that Caitlyn still, be that Ambessa, who has carried her who's dug her claws very deeply into this city despite previously not having much to do with it. Or if Mel somehow gets rescued and comes back and manages to kind of throw a wrench into this new power dynamic and tip it over to a side that is a little bit more palatable for most of the audience here and most of what we actually want to happen. But yeah, we're just gonna get into it. I don't want to talk too long. I thought about doing another commentary, but we're gonna leave that be for now. Maybe I'll build in some post-comment commentary at some point in time if there's like enough material or if there's enough demand for it. If you guys are saying, hey, would love for you to kind of just do a commentary at the end, like kind of do a little bit of a conclusion, talk to people, highlight comments that you found interesting, put some thoughts down for them, right? We can do that, but for the moment, I think it's best if we just jump into it. If we look at the episodes and we'll enjoy it and we have fun and all of that. And hopefully I can present that to all of you on YouTube and whatever, relatively uncompromised, relatively uncut, unedited as much as it's possible. Of course, I do know that especially I think Act 1 of Season 2 was a really problematic thing, but even like Act 3 of Season 1, where I had to like edit and cut and mute a bunch of stuff because I wasn't as experienced yet in how the copyright material was treated in Arcane, right? But now that I have more of an idea of what it looks like, I do think that I hopefully can bring that to you, maybe with a little bit more of waiting time. I can bring that to you and present it to you as enjoyable as possible without having weird, like totally muted sequences or cut out sequences in between. There might be a little cut here and there if I see I've uploaded something and everything is clear and everything is fine, but there's like this I don't know, 2-minute section that I don't want to re-render the entire video and it's already been seen by a couple of patrons and it's already out or whatever, but it's like there's like 2 minutes that the system doesn't like me having in there, and then I'm just gonna be like, you know what, fuck it, let's just cut it out. Let's just cut it out completely. That's fine. Yeah, I do hope you like my Victor cosplay. I am I'm just kidding. I didn't decide on anything. I just left my hair open and I was like, kind of like Victor had his at the end of it. Hey, cool. So yeah, This is in honor of our boy Victor, which I really, really like as a character, his story and the way it went so far, and hopefully we get a really cool conclusion for his story as well. But let's jump into episode 7. I'm gonna cut for a second. Alright, so we are finally getting into Arcane Season 2, Episode 7. Let's start this thing, and you know the deal. We skip the intro later on, so if you want to sync up after that, if that's more convenient to you, it's gonna be the thing in the top and all of that stuff. But we're gonna start the episode in a 3, a 2, a 1. Bam. Netflix logo and record player. Wait, is that Echo? Yes, he's coming back. Yes. Thank you, Fortiche. Holy, bro, what is this atmosphere? Bro, you're looking tired. Oh yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot he was like warped like Chase. Damn. Yeah, I totally forgot that.
You're beyond help.
I'm sorry, what?
Relax, Jumpy.
Bro's like, what movie did I just...
Did you just throw that?
Stay back.
My boy is confused. Me too, right?
What in the seven sumps is all this racket?
Holy.
Oi, what
Blast from the past.
You know those ugly twins. Genius and madness.
maybe take
My boy is stripping.
what's gotten into him?
Holy shit. Are we switching dimensions again? Oh, what an intro. I mean, we've seen that, right? Like the... Wait, was that here all along? Am I going crazy? I think the first one was like Vi standing up and all of that. Right? But am I wrong? The crown? Yeah, okay, cool. Maybe we don't skip this one. I mean, obviously I have to mute it, but... Super short intro, and yet we still notice some details that we haven't before, which is really cool. But yeah, I discount, like, I didn't know how far they were gonna go into this possibility of, like, different dimensions and possibilities, but we're diving in. And apparently we're also diving into the music right here. Yeah, this gotta feel like a distant dream to my boy. His father, Vander, his friends, all of them alive. We can still go back to that theme of what could have been, right? And everything looks a little bit brighter. A little bit more hopeful. And he's afraid.
Space boy. I'm not talking to myself over here. What is up with you? You've been out of it all day.
Feel like I woke up in the wrong universe.
This is what happens when you stay up all night. Those synapses start firing around like drunk slugs. There's still plenty of time before the competition.
Oh, I love that shot, right? But it,
Okay, we'll work out the kinks.
what competition?
Sit down.
Hey, little man.
Holy
Traveling
shit.
paradise?
Haven't seen you in ages.
Clothes.
Tell me about it. When we finally got the hybrids to feed off the fisher
What is that
guys,
stash, dude?
the conversion rate's way too low. They hardly grow. They're nowhere near robust enough to purify all the air down here.
Unless you plant a million of them.
No way we're doing that.
And we've
Wait,
tried
who's that?
cultivating the soil, infusing the water.
No.
I'll be right
Wait, is that Sky? I don't...
Go. Save him from himself.
Lagger.
You be without her.
Oh yes, there's so much.
Hey, Gert.
Oh no, it is somebody else, sorry.
Hey, Gert. Oh, do the Chem sisters have another
I'm-
coming
no.
up? Milo here is a big
Wait, Gert?
like huge.
She like...
Cool. Yeah. The old man's gonna let us play the party the night.
She looks a little bit like...
Innovators competition you all are gunning for.
Maybe I don't know her. Whatever. I thought for a second it was like Sky, but it's... She looks different, yeah.
What would they do without you?
There would
She's got some like Sevica similarities, but...
You know, one thing I learned as a bartender.
Vi is surprisingly absent
For
here.
everyone's drink. You need to fill your own cup every now and again.
Let me guess. You think I'm holding myself back?
I think you're too smart to spend your life in a bar.
Can't open this shit, holy shit. I need to focus. And Heimerdinger is here as well. Yeah, we're full tripping. We're full tripping. Bro, don't put your hair in that. You just puked there.
One can't go shouting from the rooftops about being thrust into parallel dimensions without awkward consequences. It seems the anomaly which dislodged us from our proverbial reality
Ooh, okay, he...
scattered us across time.
Okay.
Man, I thought I was going crazy.
He ain't alone.
How long have you been here?
1,128 days, 6 hours, and 20 minutes, give or take.
Oh, thank God this guy is, like, basically immortal.
For me all this time?
Precisely, or rather, imprecisely. I grew skeptical you'd arrive, even during my unusually long lifetime.
What about Jace? Is he here?
I fear he may have wound up elsewhere. The anomaly behaved differently around him.
Please tell me you figured out a way to
Bro, where you play guitar?
That is a veritable conundrum. I'm afraid Hex Tech was never invented here, and without a creation so prodigious as the Hex Gates...
No anomaly.
Oh, it isn't all bad. I've been able to accomplish wonderful things in this world.
Of course you have.
Time to settle. This place will grow on you, you'll see.
Grow on me? I have people back home who need me. We don't
yes.
belong here.
And yet, we can't leave.
I'm gonna find a way back with or without you.
Sorry. Usual interruption. You're gonna see it up there probably. But yeah, I find it very interesting how we do have the differences right away between what Echo and Heimerdinger approach is to the situation, because Heimerdinger seems to just go with the flow. He's like, whatever, right? We can't leave here. It's fine, right? Obviously, Heimerdinger did have a lot of friends that he lost to time over the years, right? That changes you, that makes you approach life in a different way. And as such, he probably doesn't have people he's so attached to as well, right? He's more of a lone soul, an inventor, somebody who takes things in stride. While Echo has some of these qualities as well, I do feel like he is more attached to the people that directly need his help, that he built a shelter for, built a life for. So his immediate thought is, as a rebel as well, that is kind of his character. It's like, screw this, I'm gonna find a way to get back. Because that is the most important thing for me. This here is wrong. It's not my dimension. The question is, if he changed to the other dimension again, would he be replaced by another Echo? I would assume yes, because everybody is acting like he's been here before. And the other question would be, if he changed over here through the hex gate, through the hex core, did the other Echo actually travel to our dimension, right? The other dimension that Vi and Jinx and everybody we've been following are in. That is a question I would ask myself. But yeah, let's continue.
I was gonna go see Vi.
Oh, she is here.
Vi?
You wanna come?
What have we done?
Okay, where are you, Chase? Oh, maybe we see what led up to Chase actually doing what he did in episode 6. That would be cool. This looks like a wasteland. And we're puking again. Even the puke looks weird. It looks like he swallowed some of the hex core. It's hammer time, I guess. Strange.
Hello?
Blood on his hammer. It's almost like he's in the eye of a storm or something.
Who's there?
I guess he saw a very different kind of future.
You. Did you bring me here? Where are we?
Are we gonna see if it was Victor or not?
Wait!
Because he looks very Victor-like. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, not exactly, right? There's differences, but... that is horrifying. It kind of looks like the structure that, like the buildings. The buildings in Victor's community. Oh yeah.
Agree, Echo. We've been working on this project for months.
Humor me.
You had one of your funky dreams about an energy storage device that you swore would win the competition, so you came to me for help.
I came to you.
You weren't gonna figure it out yourself.
Zero loss chemical energy cell.
The dream of endless energy, what?
You don't have some alternative purpose for it?
Also, what are these fucking bunny ears? Hello?
Sorry, sis. Someone's wigging out over his project and having an identity crisis again.
Yes, so she's not alive.
I
Or
got
maybe in prison.
not living up to my potential speech from Vander again. That reminds me of you.
She's dead? How?
That's not funny, Echo.
It was a mistake to come here.
What's that supposed to mean? Just because you're having a bad day, don't take it out on me.
Was it you?
You gave us the tip. We went on that job because of you.
Job. That's why there's no hex tech here.
You should leave. Go, before I do something I regret.
Believe me, I'm working on it.
Yeah. It's very hard how that must feel, right? For her. Somebody she's known and like lived alongside to be so different suddenly. But there's like tension there, so they've been fighting occasionally. But for Echo as well, how strange and foreign it must feel to just step into a world where you have no idea how the relations are. No idea. But it feels so... I almost forgot. Isn't this the last time he saw her? Is his... Does he think she's dead in his dimension? I'm a Dringer song? Okay, cool. Ooh, I like this one. This has some like killer quality. Like the Killers, which is a band I really used to like. I mean, I still listen to them, right? I still like them. It's just like back in the day, I liked them a lot. I mean, this obviously opens up the world, right? Marcus. What would have become of him in this world? Can't tell. I mean, I imagine something like that for Chase, that he landed in something like that. What else would get him to... I do wonder if Victor wanted that, right? Like, Victor was disappointed in Chase actually using the hex core to save him, so... Some of those are live. Okay. What are they though? Like they, ooh, that's a cool camera angle. Ouch. What a transition.
You think you can recreate the anomaly with these?
That's the theory.
Inconceivable.
So you'll help me?
I meant that quite literally. I don't believe this can be done. Tampering with the Arcane never ends well, lad. The risk is far too great.
And so you're not gonna try anything, huh?
You said I was your pupil. I need a professor. Better yet, a partner.
Oh, blast nozzles. How could I forsake a brilliant lad in need? Again.
Oh. Right. I just... everyone here is lost and confused, but at least they're doing okay. Jace over here is suffering like no person has suffered before. I mean, probably not, but you know what I mean. Is it dislocated or is it actually broken? Ugh. Oh wait, and his hammer is actually changing? Like it's almost getting organic? What is he eating?
He was my mentor, and I've traded him.
I must destroy it. It corrupts, consumes.
I was trying to create magic. It's your time now, Jace. Perhaps it's time.
We're going mad. Wait, is he... What is he developing here? Also, him literally being almost like Victor with the legs and the staff and what? Hello? Yeah, he's developing something, right? Some kind of theory, maybe how to get out of here. My man is free soloing this entire world. Holy shit. Oh, that's so beautiful. Look at this. So beautiful.
Watch your step. We're almost there.
Echo, I don't know what this is all about, but if you're trying to apologize, dragging me through the...
Where are we though?
You painted this?
Ooh, a mural?
I had this dream where things went another way.
She looks so badass.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Half of it. She was the toughest person in all of Zon. Nothing scared her.
No, not my sister. But I was strong because she was afraid. Well, her fear of losing us is what made her fight so hard.
That's an alternate perspective.
Oh yeah, Buster? Is that what this is about? You want me to change?
No. No, I just... You aren't the kind of person who helps other people with their projects. Your ideas change the world. I can't shake the feeling that that's who you're supposed to be.
Yeah, because
Echo,
this is where you're from, right?
my life. I don't want to lose what makes me chasing some wild dream.
Sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind.
You're a real mystery, aren't you, mister? All right, out with it. What do you want from me?
He needs help to get back. Oh, this looks so gorgeous. I mean, I know it's totally destroyed and whatnot and dystopian, but this looks absolutely gorgeous. I'm a real sucker for these like high stimulus apocalyptic landscapes. Ooh, yes. Crystal. I wonder if he told her, right? If he was like, I'm from a world that Vi is alive. I need to get back there. Maybe because Jinx is alive too, right? Ooh, that was a great shot. Oh, the tilted angle on that one. We're so interesting with all of the angles we're using here. The mannerisms, the... working in unison. We're using the axe tech. I love how it's like, it doesn't look as pristine as what Chase and Victor were doing.
So small.
And here we are.
We've done it. Halfway there.
So, what does it do? So, what does it do?
Ooh, we're looping.
Ask me that.
No, I didn't.
I'm too tired for games.
We're looping.
No, I didn't.
It's a time loop.
Huh? A time loop? A time loop?
I love how we're repeating this.
Soups, how did you stumble upon that?
I was playing with inversions on Jace's acceleration room.
How far did you go?
I don't know, a second?
Try going back further.
Take it slow, lad. We wouldn't want to push a new invention too far too quickly.
He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. Also, if you go too far, you go back to where you haven't done it. I'm sorry, what?
The limit is 4 seconds.
Are you certain, my boy? What were the indicators?
You died.
Trust me. It's 4 seconds.
Like dematerialized, kind of.
You could show it off at the party.
We aren't done.
Please go change before the party.
I think I might know how to give it a boost.
A boost?
A momentary upgrade, if you will.
It's great. Where do we start?
You can start by attending your party. One's thoughts are more easily gathered in isolation. And what's the point of a device like this if you don't enjoy the time you have?
Jace just walking past a giant clock. And that is the former Hexgate building, right? Like the tower. This man is raw in motion at this point. I wonder if this is just built over, or if it's even more than built over in this dimension. And we're having a nice party.
There he is. Nervous kid?
Bro, why can't we have a song like this? Hello?
All I can think about.
Where's the little lady?
Not sure. She said something about making an entrance.
Ooh.
She does love a spectacle, eh?
Yeah. Hey, in case I don't remember to tell you tomorrow, you've always meant the world to me, Benzo.
Oh. Well, you, you, don't get all mushy on me now. Hey. Making a big man misty, are you? Ah, these damned allergies!
Yeah.
Look at yourself, Echo. Dad has been raving about your Z drive. Can't remember the last time I saw her so alive. I have the feeling that you'll be running this place soon.
So, there's a chance for us.
Holy shit.
You?
Didn't think I'd miss your big day, did you?
Didn't you try to kill him?
Greatest thing we can do in life is find the power to forgive.
And he read the letter in this one, huh? Wonder how larger pill, like how upper Piltover is looking in this dimension. No, the boots with the entrance, holy shit. It's so different from her entrance before, but it has the same style. Ooh. This... Wow, okay. Very interesting frame choice. I mean... I'm not surprised, honestly. I'm not surprised this is a possibility.
It's beautiful.
Where'd you learn those moves?
I was just following your lead.
He's got lines.
Hey, I just want to thank you. You know, for everything. I used to dream the Undercity could be like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Where I got consumed by all the ways it wasn't.
We all did, didn't we?
Gave up on it. Gave up on you.
I've
Mm-hmm.
never seen you give up on anything, Echo.
You ever wish you could just stay in one moment?
Yeah.
Sometimes taking a leap forward,
Throw his words back at him.
leaving
What do you
others
mean?
behind.
What do you mean?
This.
You better not.
Sorry.
No,
I
it's fine.
Can we just pretend like it's the first time?
This hurts, honestly. I mean, it's great, right? It makes you feel all fuzzy, but it hurts too, right? Because we know this is not Echoes. original dimension. And of course we hard cut into Chase's dimension. Kill me, why don't you? Just stab me in the heart. Ooh. Oh, it looks so pretty above the clouds. There's a song in German where it's actually about, like, being above the clouds. Leaving all your boys behind you, which is like... I was just thinking of that. Oh, you got there. Ooh, that's beautiful. Is that like, her mother's, maybe? I feel like I've seen it before, but I'm not sure. Ooh, yeah, something is happening.
Just in time. This is a big upgrade. Just a moment. I only need to...
You just did it. Heimerdigger's like, leave it to me. Yeah, but I think like Echo needed that. Is that himself?
This is where it all started, isn't it? The end of Piltover. Because of Hextech.
Who are you?
Give me this. Why?
Oh yeah, wait. It was merged inside of him, but it is the thing that was given to him. Yeah.
Right? Just tell me there's a chance.
But wait, he gave it to him and that led to this end, so... Well, end, but... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the magician was actually, Victor, but...
His powder for co-opt in her space like this. It truly was the only way.
Yeah, I mean... You can't exactly stay here, right? Not if you want to fix your own dimension.
Send me back.
And this is where he gets this... This is where he gets the hammer. Like, because he lost his... I'm not sure if killing Victor actually did the right thing here, though.
Never a dull moment.
No, not in Arcane.
Since I've met you, lad, I've truly lived. What? Back in a wink. No! Everything! Wait!
What are you doing, Heimerdinger? Is this like a safe sacrificial moment here?
I won't fail. I swear it.
Was it really necessary, though? I mean, he didn't die. Maybe he did. I don't know. I hope he didn't. Wait, what? Oh, no, we got replaced, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm still not sure where Heimerdinger is.
Powder? What happened?
Does he remember anything? Did he switch places or not? What's the deal here? Alright, something. Probably a teaser at the end of the episode. Oh, that's cute. For Juliet with love. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Somebody tell me what that is about. That I need to know it. Probably something with the production team, right? The music is still fantastic, as always. All right. Say we jump right into it, right? I always do these impromptu. In case you don't know, I just like play it back, and then we see where we land on the discussion topics. Obviously, you're gonna leave a lot. You're gonna leave a lot undiscussed in that way, but also you have a lot of interesting thoughts that are springing up when you see the images again. And that's very important for me oftentimes, because I do feel like this is the only way I can kind of remember everything and actually pay attention to it. And obviously, unfortunately, sometimes not everything is going to be mentioned, not everything is going to be brought up, but I do hope that I can bring enough up to actually satisfy our need for analyzing this entire series and looking at it. I do love this, like the design that we have here when we jump in, and especially like the little tiny little detail where we do start out with this player, and instead of the Vi and Jinx, and now I see it actually Jinx having a different hairstyle even, right? The one she has in the alternate dimension. So it's, yeah, obviously, right? We jump right in, and we are prepared for, like, hey, obviously that's the thing that sprung into my eye immediately, where I was like, hey, hell yeah, Echo is back. I didn't even notice the earring. The small like visual changes on it. It was just Echo for me, and this was just Jinx for me in that little moment. But obviously, a second later, everything clicks into place, and you're like, oh yeah, he got whisked away in a different dimension maybe, and now we have him like being in this aristocratic, like rich suit that kind of shows that immediately shows you that this is a different Zone, that this is a different lanes, that we are in some kind of semi-industrial, steampunk, industrialized version of Zone that isn't living in poverty, that isn't living in desolation, that they thrived without hex tech being developed. And with probably some other things happening differently. But you get into that. I love the zoom in, which like you are suddenly in panic. You're like, what the fuck is happening? I was just there with Heimerdinger and Chase, and suddenly I'm here, and there's Jinx right in front of me, and he's immediately grabbing the knife. He's being defensive. He's like, she's gonna attack me. Right? Even though her face looks a little bit different, and she has a very like friendly attitude, you're suddenly like, oh, I don't know what this is. There's this weird feeling of threat that's coming towards you, because everything that you're seeing right now doesn't make sense at all, right? People that are looking at you right now, I perceive them as hostile, right? And through years and years of interactions with them, we actually come to that association. So it's very hard to kind of immediately realize, oh no, this is something different. you're probably confused by the dimensional shift as well, right? Your entire brain is fuzzy. It's as if you've just lost consciousness and you came back and suddenly everything is different. And then he turns around and there is ugly twins. Yeah, Benzo. I never remember his name, but yeah, Benzo suddenly. And you step forward and he's almost falling into his arms. It's not like a jump and it's like it's like this, like, I'm feeling weak in the knees. I'm losing all power from the emotional impact of what's just happening to me. I can't believe what's happening. Hugging him, crying, like it was with Vi, kind of, where he thought Vi was dead and suddenly, or thought Vi was dead and he was like, I can't trust you, but then he realizes he can trust her and we're going, wait, I saw something just now. Oh, I didn't see that before. Was that in here before? I had that other scene as well where Jinx was going up with that, but I think we've seen that before. Maybe I just didn't notice Heimerdinger being in like that green beam where Echo is jumping as well. Yeah. And everything, this is the great thing, everything is like blindingly white. It's glaring, almost like you're in a dream, almost like it's unreal. I do think like some of us had these moments before where we're heavily disassociating from reality, be that through stress or because it's just a weird day and we're not at the top of our game. Sometimes you're sick, sometimes something is happening, whatever, right? And you're disassociating, you have the feeling like everything you're perceiving is kind of very dreamlike and fuzzy, and you feel like it's not really happening, or you might as well be in a dream and wake up any second, something like that. I do love how we're doing that with the animation and how everything is just very unbelievable, but also with the visual design that we're having here, everything is very bright. Everything is very, very different from like the twilight, the gleam of the lanterns kind of style of underground that we had before in the lanes, where it was poisonous, noxious. That's how it came across in terms of the atmosphere. Everything was full of fog and like green and gray fog as well, right? All of the lights were gloomy, and here we do have a much more brighter outlook on the lanes and everything around it. And obviously, seemingly, we still have the same thing. Jinx doesn't have parents. Vi is actually dead. We don't... what was that? Like, they were on a job and shit went down and something went wrong and she died. So, yeah. Love that, right? We have, like, Jinx and... Powder in focus first, and then we're almost looking past her. She's so close, right? And we do have that focus pull to Vander and Benzo just casually interacting with one another, being dads basically in a way, right? Being the old dads who are just like looking at their children, being proud and all. And he's not even paying attention to her really. So everything's like, he doesn't know where to pay attention to, and his thoughts are racing and all of that. He's so afraid of everything around him because, like, so many questions, right? What is this? What happens? What is with all the people here, right? How do I get back? Because everything feels so wrong. There's oversaturation going on. Like I woke up in the wrong universe. Scribbling. Yeah, again. Headache. Zaun's royalty. Are those two together? Like, I mean, it looked like that in like during the party later on when they were like hugging each other, or was it more of like a? I mean, I didn't see that in like the early episodes, but maybe I just looked past that, or maybe it's just a thing that they thought they wanted to build in. But holy shit, I'm sorry, dude, but you need to. Milo, you need to lose that mustache. It looks so terrible. I'm sorry. Clagger looking fine though. He's like, I wonder what they have there with like the plant or the flower inside of that bell there inside of that containment container or whatever you want to call it. Pretentious as all hell. Yeah, I thought she was like kind of looking like Sky looked when she was a child, even with like the freckles and whatnot, but also she has some like characteristics of Sevica, so I'm not sure. She's probably just a character that we don't actually know, but maybe I've just forgotten her and she was just a side character that was in there somewhere. Yeah. You need to fill your own cup every now and then. Yeah, right. You shouldn't just be there for others, you should also be there for yourself. Which kind of echoes with what Echo is saying to her later when she's like, and I think that's why she's reacting so dismissive about it, where she's like, no, I'm fine the way I am right now, because Echo is also saying, look, you're somebody who's so bright and whatever, you shouldn't be helping other people with their projects, you should be having your own projects, right? You're so amazing. And it kind of like tells you a lot about how he used to look up to her as a child. And we saw a little bit about that, right? That they were closer than they seemed in the enemy cinematic, as well as in episode 7 of season 1. We did see that connection that unfortunately was never built. I'm still kind of like, I'm very sad that wasn't built up before, but it's cool that we're kind of reinforcing that here. And it ties together with what we see later in the episode as well. But Vander is saying the same thing Echo is saying later, where it's like, you shouldn't just take care of others. It's great to take care of others and makes you feel good or whatever, but if you're too like self-sacrificial, and there we have the connection to actually Jinx as well in this case, but in a very different way, because like broken Jinx in our dimension is kind of self-sacrificial, more in the way of like wanting to die, more in the way of just like punishing herself, more in the way of just like that incredible pain and guilt that is connected to her. And here she's more out of like care for other people and altruism and all of these things, right? But there is that connective tissue that kind of, I guess, that we can tie to her basic characteristics, her temperament and whatever. And Vander is saying, take care of yourself as well. And she's dismissive of it, and later she's dismissive of Echo saying the same thing. I think I'm holding myself back. I think you're too smart to spend your life in a bar. Yeah, he's saying the same thing, basically. Echo's having a panic attack. Yeah, that is a panic attack, right? Everything is suddenly out of focus. You can't... maybe you're tunnel visioning, your heart rate goes up, you're starting to sweat, you're starting to breathe very quickly, right? It's almost like you're in a dangerous, life-threatening situation, but your mind doesn't know how to resolve that life-threatening situation, so the panic just goes up and up because the danger levels are rising while you don't know how to deal with it and process it. How the camera shifts and tilts is also amazing, but I think Heimerdinger coming in, while it shocks him initially and he's completely out of it and has to sit down outside here, it actually kind of snaps him back and grounds him again, because he knows he's not alone in this. But also it makes him realize that this is real and not a dream, which is also bad. We have such creative angles, such creative choices of how we choose to use the camera, how we choose to change camera angles. I could probably get lost in all of them, but also can I say how amazing it is to have a second visual design for Echo, especially with the clothes. It's really cool. Green fits his style really, really, really well. Even though he has like, I mean, obviously he already has the green with the firelights and whatnot, but his outfit in the other dimension isn't as like, it's more brown, and that's okay too, but like this green is also a very good fit for him. It looks very like, very dashing and all of that. And even with like this very slight color coordination with Powder here, but she doesn't just have the green, she has the kind of almost wine red kind of color, or violet if you want to, and maybe that's kind of a reference to her coordinating her colors in a way to kind of reference Vi and possibly her father and whatnot. And Chase just being led on the absolute horror trip by Mr. Mage, who we still don't know who he is. He looks a lot like Victor. It's not his crutch, so don't know if it's actually him or not. But I think it's kind of understandable for Chase, but also kind of really the wrong assumption, in my opinion, to assume that the mage is the one who wants to prevent all of this and who wants to send him back to actually make good on that, because it feels to me like if the mage wanted this to not happen, they would have not given him the Hextech crystal to begin with, which wouldn't have led to Jace developing Hextech together with Victor, which wouldn't have led to the Hex Core, which wouldn't have led to this future we're in right now. So in a way, the mage actually was one of the things that made Jace, led Jace on this road. So the only thing I can think of is if we go like a road of other popular TV series like Dark, where it's like, yes, you have to retread certain steps in order to get to a point where we can then change, like go a different down a different road, where you can then change something. But I don't know. Don't know how we want to spin this in the end, but this is horrifying. Zombie corpses that seem very organic, but at the same time kind of metallic, so it's really weird, right? I love how most of Jinx or how most of Powder's workspace is basically the same as Jinx's, but we do the only difference being that in Jinx's dimension everything is kind of broken, and in Powder's dimension everything is more aligned. You do see like there's more symmetry in everything. Everything is a little bit more orderly, while at the same time retaining some level of chaos that is kind of inherent to Powder, where everything is a little bit more colorful and like has a more positive mood. We do have like these little, like the painting over there, which I don't know who that is, but there's like two people where we do have like a drawing of two people and like a heart around it. I don't know if that's Echo, because it doesn't seem like, it seems like two women, so it maybe was Vi and her, but I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure. But there's a lot of little elements that scream Jinx as well, but not broken, not damaged to the point that she has massive issues. And obviously we do see she has issues. We do see that later when Echo is very out of it. Echo is very dismissive and asks questions that make sense from his perspective because he has no idea what happened, right? Vi is dead. What? How did it happen? Whatever. And then his automatic assumption, did you do it? Which is then kind of like, obviously, kind of maybe poking the wound of Powder blaming herself a little bit because she went on a job with Vi to actually, and where it actually happened. And then, but Echo apparently told them that this was the job, and maybe that was actually the job back then with Chase's laboratory, and Vi for some reason died during that job instead of surviving, and then everything happening that happened in episode 1 to 3 of season 1. And that was the job, because I do remember Echo had the tip for that, so maybe that's the connective tissue here. Interesting how Vi dying, very ironically and sad, how Vi dying possibly, maybe other events as well, but how Vi dying might have led to a better future for everybody in Zaun. That, I hope Vi never gets to know this, because this would absolutely destroy her. That would be devastating. But yeah. And he asks these questions, and obviously maybe laying the finger into the wound of her blaming herself, of being on the job and not saving or not being able to protect Vi, but also obviously, since he should know that, it comes across as very insensitive. And then we do see little signs of previous tension with the other Echo, like with this dimension's Echo, where we do have the idea that, yeah, occasionally they had their they had their disagreements and their arguments and whatnot, but it was more of a, yeah, we're arguing for 2 days and then we're back again and we're apologizing and everything is all right. So you do see that there's some dynamic tension in there. It's not all hunky-dory and fun and games and whatever, but the bond is strong enough to overcome that. And obviously we do see that stuff like Vander surviving, Benzo still being alive, Silco actually forgiving Vander, which, now that I think about it, had to be before the job with Vi and Powder and whatever happened. So these are multiple events that were different in this dimension that probably led to this good future, basically. It wasn't just Vi dying. It's very interesting to see, though, that Vander actually got over that of Vi dying, which, I mean, it's easier, right? If you have Powder, if you have all of your family still, right? If the people of Zaun are kind of getting solace from that and actually using it as motivation to strive for something better. And obviously this whole thing then, if they went on the job and Vi died and maybe they weren't able to kind of extract the crystal or whatever, although I saw like Echo having the crystal, so maybe they had some part of the crystal, but it didn't lead to them actually figuring it out. So and maybe the laboratory wasn't blown up or whatever. And then we do have the events with Chase being different as well in this world, which led to no development of Hextech, which led to the Undercity thriving. Although we haven't seen the Upper City in this dimension, so it's I would be very curious to see what actually, like, how they are doing. But yeah. And everything looks a little bit happier here, right? A little bit more colorful, a little bit less gloomy. It looks a lot more like that little bed shelter that Powder and Vi had when they were children in like episode 1 and 2 when we saw them for the first time, where they built their little cave, basically, where they were sleeping and telling each other stories and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, he's walking through here, and I do feel like this is the Undercity, but maybe it's not. Maybe this is like the Upper City already. But yeah, that's the bridge, actually, and he's seeing, like, I was asking that, does he think she's dead? I don't know, but maybe he does. That would be a surprise for him to see actually she's alive, and now that he's gained that new perspective, right, that chemistry between the two of them, that it's not just one-sided, that what he used to see in Powder is still there somewhere. Maybe there's a chance for them in the other dimension too. Love the little details of like the violet pink embroidery that he has on his jacket. Really cool. But yeah, this seems to be more of a dimension where the Upper City and the Lower City came together and they're thriving together, which is really cool. And then we cut back to rain, pouring rain, and swamps and destruction, and we cut back again to the not blown up building. Really cool angle, by the way. The blue sky, oh yeah, oh no, it was blown up actually, but it wasn't blown up as badly, I guess. And we still have like the development stuff here. So very interesting details on that. That artwork is gorgeous, by the way. Like I said it before, but holy shit. Whoever drew this stuff, you are a god. Yeah. But yeah, okay. And Vi died, yeah. Okay, this is like, I didn't connect the dots 100%, yeah. This is a laboratory, Vi died here. And this is like why the city guards were like, holy shit, this is like something gone wrong and whatever, right? They weren't cracking down. A child actually died in that, and they saw like that the people who were trying to rob were children. So it's like, I mean, back then it was also children, but they got away and some people got hurt and whatever, right? And we do have this contrast, right? Like tragedy on the other side raises sympathy. And then we have possibly Marcus even being sympathetic towards that and being like, I can't arrest this child who just lost her sister. Right? And there being some Because you do see directly the other side lost somebody. Yeah, obviously they shouldn't have done it. It was illegal, right? They possibly could have stolen stuff. They were definitely doing illegal stuff, but you can't help but feel for them in that context, right? You can't help but be like, it's all right. And sometimes that helps. Sometimes it helps to see that the other side is suffering as well, so that we can come together. Because if the other side seems just malicious and profiting and conniving and all of that, and you do not see any weakness there, you only see malice, then obviously it's a lot easier to paint that picture of an enemy, to paint that picture of people who are bad, who are the devil, who are criminals, who are scum. But if you see a moment that humanizes them, it is very hard to kind of dehumanize them right away. Fires will burn. Just let the gears, my friend. Oh, just let the gears. Let them turn. And also not as much discrimination, apparently. So I haven't seen like a bad person in the upper city before, so that looks horrible, really, right? Like everybody turned into this weird half organic, half metallic kind of being that was almost robots or androids or whatever, and they're still kind of halfway alive and whatnot. Also gorgeous food. Don't make me hungry. Hello? Do I need to eat now? Tampering with the Arcane, but then he's giving him a compliment. He's like, you're my teacher, right? You called me your pupil. I need you. I need a partner. And he's like, oh, shucks you. It's very interesting how Heimerdinger is really susceptible to this kind of manipulation. Because he's just like, on the one hand, yeah, he's like, no, we shouldn't trifle with these things. But sometimes he's led astray by seeing people being very ambitious and meaning well. I don't know. Yeah. There's this naivete still in him, right? Despite knowing about dangers, despite all of that, there's the naivete of just like dreaming of an inventor who is always looking up, but sometimes forgets to look down, which we've seen in season 1, right? Him forgetting to look down, forgetting to really do something about the inequalities and the injustices in the lower city. And the color palette as well, right? Colorful, vibrant versus gray, dark. Black, gray, red, brown, dirty, right? Barely holding on to life. And him eating these weird, like, mutated creatures. And also painting something that looks eerily similar to what Echo was drawing, but maybe it's just a drawing of the hex core itself, right? Maybe they're just drawing the hex core. It looks kind of like their formulas as well, but I'm not sure, right? They're drawing basically the same thing, so I do wonder. Love that perspective, right? We're looking straight up to the light, out of the darkness, and then we're looking down from that, and looking down on somebody who's a broken man, holding himself on a crutch. Desperate, desolate, completely wild in the way his hair grown out and his beard and whatnot. Fighting for life, holding on by a thread. That's too, right? Look at that. It's like there's the surface of like organic stuff and whatever, and it's exploded out from his back, basically. And there's a rift right next to him, right? He's almost falling down on. Gives this idea of like chaotic ripples, but in an organic way kind of deal. But the surface he is on is clear of that. It's kind of almost being protected, like it's being protected by some kind of force. But we do also highlight the beauties, of course, of this world, which is maybe in part also the beauties of the organic, of nature, of whatever. Which is what he's showing Powder here. Beautiful shot as well. And he's showing her the mural that he made of future Vi, which is something she here in the dimension has never seen because Vi never grew up to be this old. And then we have him talking to her. You were different in my dream, in my world, right? While he's kind of peeking at the water surface, reflecting his image off to him, kind of like he's reflecting on himself and his world. They're looking different directions, right? There's a disconnect here, but also there's a connection because they're not standing back to back. They're standing like shifted from one another. So there is an open field where we do see one another, which is kind of the connective tissue here. There's no complete disagreement. There's a window. Also really beautiful how we have Powder and Echo and next to it an image of Vi looking at them. And we have all of these familiar places that we used to know just in a completely different way. And that is dark, that is grim. Like figures in shadows looking down on you, waiting for you to make that pilgrimage up to the summit. Waiting to kind of see the bridge here. It's like everything was just blown away and it's like melted off, right? Like when you see plastic tools and appliances that you have in your household after a giant fire, like the plastic melted in a certain way from the fire. And we're working in unison, and we do have these cool shots where we're looking into the same things. We're just like, we're complementing one another, and he's kind of working together with her and getting more of a connection to her here. But obviously I do feel like the decision later on to not kiss her, that was probably, or to not immediately kiss her, was probably him being like, this isn't right, I'm not the right person to do this. Right? I'm not the right person to pretend I'm my other self. I don't belong in this dimension, so this is kind of wrong. It feels like I am taking advantage of the role I have in this world, taking advantage of this girl next to me, because even though she is, from a base characteristic, the Powder that also exists in my own reality, she is not that. So I do feel like there's maybe some guilt in there, some hesitation, maybe also some hesitation of him not wanting to hurt himself by developing feelings even more than he already does with that little interaction that we had here and there. Really cool stuff where we're repeating the time and all of these snappy events and everything. And even there we do have that habit of Powder's to kind of just draw up the people she knows and putting them on like dolls and do tools and doodads of hers. Yeah. And I think Heimerdinger, I don't know if he sacrificed himself here, Heimerdinger, or if he, what he's thinking here, right? Because he feels responsible partially for all of this. So I do feel like there's some part of him who is maybe like, I need to set this right. But why couldn't he like set all of this up before and then went through the portal with Echo, right? Why did he just have to disappear? Where's the little lady? And there's that like glimmer in his eye because he knows what he means, even though he's still kind of rejecting it a little bit. And then he's looking at Benzo and he's like, I need to tell him what I never told him originally. And they're all getting like a little bit sappy and Vander's like, oh, look at that. And you have the glimmers and the light, right? And that's a really interesting choice we're doing here, right? Like with this very, almost like we're having strobe light and we're on the dance floor and we're only getting like little like picturesque glimpses of what's happening around us. Like we don't, like the movement is just quick impressions we have, and we're taking everything in so much that that it doesn't seem fluid. It seems more like a dream. It seems more like you're watching it on the TV, like you're recording it, but you're not really. So different. Looks so different here. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I wasn't surprised by this, obviously, because they had something going on that bridge in episode 7. And the enemy animation, right, the official video, it reinforced that those two were the ones hanging around, those two were the ones who were like the same age and looking up to Vi and the rest of them. Yeah. But he gave up on her. Like he says here, he gave up on you at some point in time. Because, yeah. Because things seemed so grim and there was so much pain, obviously. It didn't seem like we could get to an understanding. How painful is it to see Powder / Jinx so happy, so complete, so in tune with her life. Now, obviously, there is little glimpses of like, yeah, some difficulties here. No person is perfect. No person is 100% realized. No person has no anxieties whatsoever, no stressful events whatsoever. But this is like as close to an idealized version as you can get. And I guess this is also why it seems like a dream to Echo, because he's like, this is maybe everything I ever dreamed it could be, right? You ever wish you could freeze that moment? And she throws those words back at him that he had. It's like, sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind, right? But it opens a new door and it opens new possibilities. Just experiencing this has changed his mindset. Pretend it's the first time, right? I think the French music is actually really good, first of all, because Fortiche is a French studio, but also because it fits to this romantic mood that we're having here, right? I just wish I would know the lyrics, because that would be cool, but we haven't had that for all of the songs before. And I'm used to that with like anime and whatnot. Sometimes the songs are just not translated, unfortunately. And then we go into like Through the Storm, and we open up to a like blue sky with beautiful, like it's almost like we're on a globe basically, right? We're on the world, or on like a hextech core that's supposed to represent the world, like the sky is summit basically. And Chase's conclusion to this is such a beautiful shot, right? Looking at Piltover, all of the flowers around that we didn't have when Vi and Jinx, no, Vi and Powder back then were looking at it, where everything was a little bit more desolate, a little bit more rusty, a little bit less hopeful. Still a little, we had that pinch of hope. We had that pinch of like a warm moment between the two of them, despite all of like the ugliness around us. But here we do have like the beauty that comes out of these rustic buildings intertwined with representations of nature, like the flowers, and white flowers to boot, right? White flowers being something very, very specific here, almost standing for purity, you might wanna. Although one could say a couple of things about that meaning and being like, but yeah. I do wonder if that pendant was one that she gotten from Echo, or if that was something that she originally had gotten from her mom. But I think it's Echo because it's like in a little package, so it seems like it's a present. Maybe I just didn't see the mention of that present or whatever. So maybe there was this. So beautiful, but also so horrifying. Seeing yourself with the hammer in hand, looking at the end. This reminds me of so much stuff. Bloodborne. Whoever played Bloodborne and the DLC, you know what I'm talking about, with like the weapon and the face and whatnot. But even like this is a beautiful picture. breaking down, saying, I will change it all, I promise you. Take me back there. Not sure who the magician is still, but you know, there's glimpses of what we have these like little keyframes as per usual. Great, amazing frame. The pole into the air, slightly shifted to the right. We have looking up at Chase. Great expectations, right? A great weight that comes with putting your hands on that hammer. I do wonder if that is the magician sending him back, as was his wish, or if that coincides with, chronologically, with Echo and Heimerdinger figuring it out and triggering all of this. Or if it's both, and that's why it happens. And suddenly, I thought it was him, but then I'm like, okay, wait, no, there's another Echo in there, so the other Echo got sent back. I do wonder if that Echo remembered something from a different world he was sent to, if he was. Or if he just didn't exist for a while, and now suddenly he's like, oh, I blacked out, what happened? Looking sadly upon this. It's like slightly olive green as well, but not as green as the other outfit. Looking sadly upon this dimension, right? This what could have been. We have that theme throughout the entire show, what could have been. Amazing theme. And we represent it so well. But yeah. On to the next one, I would say. I'll eat a little bit something. I'm kind of hungry, and I'll see you in a second. Alright, welcome back. Arcane, Season 2, Episode 8. We're gonna start with it right away. Alright, Arcane, Season 2, Episode 8. We're gonna start in a 3, a 2, a 1. Back with the normal logo, huh? We're back in the normal universe. Ooh. That's Mel, right? Yeah, Black Rose stuff. Ooh. Full-on awakening. Oh, I love how how we have like these lines coming off of her. I always wondered what that was on her skin, right? Like the golden things. Is that like some kind of tattoo, ink, whatever? Or is it like technological? Like she's in a summoning circle or something. And her outfit, different too.
Moment, Malmadada. There is no time like your first. I'm one of you, a mage. We each have our own expressions. Yours is quite rare.
She is a mage, then.
Attuned to the ethereal, able to sense others' inner selves and bend their magic. A conduit and a mirror.
Ooh, empath. Okay, interesting.
Even now you hide your true face behind illusions.
Truth is the greatest illusion of them all.
Ooh, that is a design.
Scared. I can see through your tricks. That makes me a threat.
For the gifted, arrogance is the ultimate threat. Your power has merit.
But should one want you dead, a simple blade would do nicely.
I mean, that goes for everybody, right?
Regrettably, his fate wasn't among your mother's lies.
He's dead.
I gave Ambessa every opportunity to atone for her transgressions.
She chose pride over progeny.
But you
And as an example,
the test. This whole charade. You want to recruit me.
Your talents develop quickly. It's no coincidence. The Arcane is waking up.
What's his
the
grandmother
Arcane. The hex core.
Approaching, rivaling even the ancient rune wars. Ambassa sits at the helm, blinded by her thirst for legacy. Our efforts to divert her course have foundered. We can't afford another failure.
This is what you see in me? A silver
A
bullet?
tool.
I see salvation of your city, countless others beyond.
She's my mother. For all her faults, she has always done what she thought was best for the family.
Your brother thought so too, until he uncovered her secret.
And what is that?
The entire course of your life was no accident. She hid you because you are that which she covets most. A weapon. Today,
She's waning.
born into a new family, from which you'll find there is sadly no return. Those untouched by the Arcane fear us.
What is this?
A welcome to your future.
Or is it a chain that binds you? And she accepts for now.
The world is a perilous place for a solitary mage. Sister.
So the Black Rose is a mage brotherhood or sisterhood, maybe. Well, Mel's smart. She's gonna have her own thoughts. She's gonna make up her own mind. If she gets what she wants, that's a different question. Alright, funeral time, I guess. Are we gonna rebuild Warwick? Are we gonna rebuild Victor?
I regret that I couldn't save him. His injuries were too severe.
We do not lament a warrior's death. We avenge it.
I would say we honor it, but avenging kind of seems very in character for the ambassador.
The blood should sustain Victor for a short while. Beyond that,
So he's not dying
it's up
yet.
to his own will.
You promised a cure to death.
An outcome dependent on Victor's survival.
Does she feel like she can get her brother, her son back maybe? Through that?
Doctor, your ingenuity deserves praise.
Victor.
I am
Grateful. The world I now see
is more.
This is so cool, honestly. You lose your connection to life a little bit.
We are one.
Mm.
Is the glorious evolution.
Or it could have been. I sense my twilight approaching. An anomaly festers beneath the hex gates. I believe it has the capacity to complete the Doctor's transformation.
This will allow you to evolve others?
In theory. But Jace's attack has done its work. I do not have the strength to overcome the defense he will raise against me.
I will deliver you to this anomaly if you agree to empower every soldier I bring you.
I will evolve all those willing.
That wasn't a yes. But it wasn't a no. she has her next weapon, maybe. Alright, she's still dreaming, kind of. Yeah. Flashes. Oh, this is so well done. This is so well done. Loris? Yep. He kind of looks like him a little bit.
Loris? Wasn't sure you'd pull through. Think that thick noggin of yours.
Where are the others? Kate.
It's always the others first.
Jinx. Caitlin wanted to be here to tell you herself.
Ooh, okay. She's not dead, I think. I mean, I doubt she's dead, but...
Not with Ambessa. I saw it in her eyes. She will burn Piltover to the ground for my betrayal.
You can't blame yourself.
I don't need consolation. I need a plan.
Arrested?
Yeah, okay.
I can handle this, Maddie. Check on my father.
I mean...
She saved your life. If you will just calm down for one...
Even knowing you'd never have done the same for her.
We'll never know, will we? You didn't let me in on that part of your plan.
Clearly the right call, since you still can't trust her enough not to shove her in a box.
Trust?
It's interesting how the roles are reversed.
Recognize a contingency. She wasn't there for my benefit. She was there because you didn't trust me to follow through.
Can you blame me? How long were you sidled up with that shifty, self-serving war pig? She oinked poison in your ear and you just ate it.
I know!
Alright, talk it out, talk it out.
The only thing Jinx cared about was getting you to safety. Then she just surrendered. I didn't even have time to think before they hauled her off. She's being held in the bunker while I decide what to do. I was waiting for you to recover.
Kate, she's changed.
I mean, that's a bit hard.
Raise our mistakes. None of us.
Who decides who gets a second chance?
No, it's a difficult situation, I get it. There's not even any hatred in Caitlin, so... Alright, let's have a talk, I guess. I mean, it's up to her decision, kind of, I guess. Since she's the commander-in-chief.
If you're here to kill me, make sure to finish the job.
Yeah.
This is changed.
She can't accept what you and I know. There are no happy endings.
Ouch.
Is that all you have to say for yourself?
I mean, Isha died, right?
I'm giving you this one chance to account for your actions. All the pain you've caused. No amount of good deeds can undo our crimes.
A little bit talking to herself as well.
Hating you. I've hated myself. I just don't have the energy for it any longer.
There comes a point where you can't keep it up.
It probably wouldn't have made a difference, but I didn't know.
That's as close as you can come to an apology, right? I mean, can you seriously apologize if you know you would have made the decision again, right? The city is strangely tranquil right now. Oh, I love like that shattered aesthetic. Like the parts that were blown apart. Alright, who's gonna step in? Her. Yeah. Yeah.
Jace? What happened to you?
A lot.
Doesn't matter.
Something happened to me too.
You're the reason we didn't die in the attack.
Apparently so.
How long have you known?
It started then. Feelings I couldn't explain. But this, I still don't fully.
But she's protected them, right? Like, on instinct.
Why not save all of them?
She didn't have control.
It wasn't a decision. One
Hmm.
moment you're addressing the council and the next we're standing in rubble. I didn't have any greater awareness.
How can I know you aren't lying to me?
Why would you think I am?
Because you used me and Victor for Hextech. You called us investments.
Two brilliant young inventors who shared a penchant for impossible surprises, carrying magic from myth to machine, rallying the hope and hearts of a nation. You were a wise investment.
Allow us a moment of civility, Jace.
Oh, seeing this.
Victor. How did you get in here?
You once benefited from
I love that, right?
this place.
Victor in white, him in black. It's kind of almost like a role reversal.
Our work.
No. This is your obsession. Everything you've done to these people, you did alone.
He's not even fighting back ready, right?
But I'm alone no longer. I now speak with all their voices.
Say what you came here to say.
Somehow I think you already understand what must transpire to complete my mission. I would prefer to do so in peace. The Noxian has other intentions.
Mother?
The Arcane stirs within you.
Victor, for all our sakes, stay away from the Hex Gates.
Your mind has become rigid, Jace. Fear clouds your judgment.
I mean, he's not wrong there.
Events started with you.
It did.
In my confusion, I was unable to reconcile this. But I now understand. The glorious evolution is destined. Let us instead do this once again as partners.
My partner died in this room.
I wonder if that's true.
Sincere desire to avoid this.
Holy shit. He's outclassed, but where's Mel? What is he seeing? Yep. I mean, at least they reconfirmed their trust, right? I'm still unsure as to Victor's intentions, his exact intentions.
Doctor, you may begin the process.
Like, is the future that Chase saw what Victor wants? Or is the result of all of our choices? The way she's like just letting go her hair is insane.
Go away. You're too late.
Oh, it's a hell of a place. It says something about the late Marcus that he found imprisoning your sister to be a greater mercy than killing her.
Killing isn't mercy.
A spark of rebellion still burns inside that husk, I see. No.
Ooh.
It's a cycle. One that started long before Vander and me.
That blue in his eyes, very interesting.
Long after the two of you.
I'm done running in circles.
We build our own prisons.
We do.
Forged of oaths, codes, commitments.
Morals.
Walls of self-doubt and accepted limitation. We inhabit these cells, these identities, and call them us.
I can't. I won't. This is not me.
Break free by eliminating those I deemed my jailers. But Jinx, I think the cycle only ends when you find the will to walk away.
Jinx?
What are you doing?
I swiped these from the guard station. If you come, help use all that explosive potential of yours for good, maybe we could rewrite your story like you did with Zahn. What do you think?
Sure, Vi. You're never gonna give up on me, are you?
Never. Yeah, I thought so.
You don't have to worry about me anymore. You don't need to feel guilty about being happy. You deserve to be with her. There's no good version of me.
What are you gonna do?
But there is, and we know that. That's the problem. And again, this response, right? What is the first thing I do? Punch. So I don't know what else to do.
You've been an idiot. And an ass. You're hurting too.
For as long as I can recall, I have chased the archetype of a Madada. I believed it my calling, to merit the blood in my veins. It was all a lie. This blood is alien to me, yet it has dictated the course of my entire life. I'm no more than a passenger, a life I spent in self-pity. Now it's gone. I can never return to it.
Doesn't mean it has to be bad.
But there's one thing I know in my bones. There is no force in this world that can control you. You will never never be a passenger.
Even Savica is here.
Quiet! Forgive me, but we don't have much time. A storm is coming. The likes of which Piltover, perhaps Runeterra itself, has never faced. This creature infiltrated the very room you're standing in, and we barely survived. Hundreds more are on the way. The Noxian general is leading them. This isn't a fight for ideals or territory.
Fight for survival.
For humanity itself.
For humanity.
No begging you. Every one of you, top side and bottom, to aid us in this coming war. And it will be a war. Now, this isn't a fair request, but it is our only hope. The forces against us are too great. We need every hand we can get.
You start playing the piano. Interesting how we're need an enemy to be united.
We're abandoning the city's outskirts to stage our defense at the Hex Gates, the final bastion of our salvation. If you choose to flee, don't stop running. But I'm choosing to fight. And I pray that you will join me.
Savica is not convinced. Drop the barricades, people. This is gonna be a tough one. I love the golden rays over there. And that's her. Have we seen her? We probably have seen her before because she seems very familiar to me. Maybe I'm just stupid. Oh yeah, she was the one who was like touching Jinx's shoulder in the prison, right? He was one of the Jinxers, basically. Now I remember. Ooh, another threat. People who are willing to fight. Sending their children away and then... Maybe that is what Victor intends. Giving them all an enemy.
Had a feeling I might find you here.
I really believe she'd help. Say it. You told me so. I was an idiot to trust her. I went behind your back. I choose wrong every time. And because of it, I lost everyone.
So much fear in there, huh? Like powder set in the other universe.
Do you really think I needed all the guards at the Hex Gates? Sorry to say, you've grown a bit predictable.
All right. All right. I mean, oh, we're gonna get it all out in the open. We're past drama. Okay, good. Good, we're past drama. She deserves this, honestly. We need a bit of hope and love in here. Also, her tattoos are really cool. Oh, we're getting spicy with it, okay. And transition, yeah, okay. Still, we got really spicy with that, really nice. You never know how far a show actually goes with it. But holy shit, did they need that, honestly. Okay. Mel. Meeting Victor, probably. Or no, not Victor, but Ambessa. She didn't expect that.
I know about the Black Rose.
You know a facade. They're nothing but lies.
She knows.
The best lies come wrapped in truth. What really happened to Kino?
Your brother was struck with curiosity. He got caught in their web and with every action grew more deeply entangled.
So you let him die?
I carried him in my belly, nursed him from my bosom. He was all the sweetness in my heart. For that they took him, carved into me a wound that will never close. I pray you never suffer the agony of being forced to forsake one child to save another.
You should have come to me.
You'd have made the impossible intolerable. I did what you could not. For you. For the
But maybe you did the wrong thing then.
October has nothing to do with your feud. Board your boats. Leave our shores. I will join you. We can avenge Kino together.
This is more than vengeance, child. These mages dangle over our heads a sword that impales us should we rise too high. Their very nature violates the most core of Noxian principles, that every one of us is equal on the battlefield. Sweat and steel, we shape our destinies. The fact you've come to parley for your friends' lives prove you still lack the wrath necessary to defeat an enemy like the Rose. I've found another way.
It's very clever that she doesn't mention that she has at least accepted.
An army that need never fear death.
What have you done, Mother?
Doctor, you may begin the process.
Very well.
All right. What are they cooking up? Something with Warwick, right? Are they merging the three of them?
Guess this is goodbye.
Or what is happening here?
Thank you very much for your company in my solitude, Miss Young. I will miss our talks.
No. You won't.
What did she mean by that? Okay. I'm getting the sense of what this is gonna be. And it's starting to burn away, isn't it? Almost feels like things are not going the way Ambessa and the doctor expected. But maybe I'm wrong. And it's very similar to what appeared on Mel's Mel when she awakened her arcane powers. And we're morphing into a new being. But what does that mean? What does it mean? No idea what it means. I still don't know what Victor is cooking, to be honest, but I can't really see him as a villain, right? That's my point. I can't really see him as a villain, not even as somebody who thinks he's doing the right thing and is leading us to Ultra Doom. Of all the people, I do still feel that Victor is the one who is the most in control, is the one who is the most aware of what might happen and where we're headed. Everything about him feels very collected, very logical, and yeah, I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe what he represents is like the emotionless side, right? This makes sense, but not for the humans. But I can't help but trust Victor. No, there's in fact no after credits. Okay, let's go back. Very nice, very short 40 minutes, KW. Yeah. I got a little bit of a headache. I do hope it's not getting worse, because I would very much like to enjoy this last episode. I enjoyed this episode 8 a lot. Lots of stuff been happening that I personally found very interesting, very cool. I don't have such a heavy action focus, but that was last arc, so we got more than enough of that. I can't wait how it all comes together in the end. Mel's transformation and her literal like awakening is insane. All of these keyframes, the very specific way that Arcane is animating its most prolific animation pieces and impact frames, and how they manage to, on the one hand, I guess, take a lot of inspiration from traditional anime or anime like ufotable works and whatnot, but find their own style, right? Like a lot of the animation of like anime that you see have these like explosion keyframes, right, where everything is white and you do have all of these different shapes and forms. But Arcane manages like no other series to actually make it unique to their own art style, like more roundish frames as opposed to a lot of animes impact frames being very edgy, having a lot of edges to them. And yet there you have like a lot of flowing stuff, like almost like there's plasma coming off of her body here, right? And I still, like I said, it's almost like an angel if you wanna, right? If you wanna go for the symbolism of something coming off of her back that is pure light, basically. And we come back with her having a very unique and really cool looking style of, especially even with the outfit that she's wearing, right? It's like very, very Mel, I would say, but also very minimalistic. But it doesn't feel like she's naked in this form, because you do have a lot of that, whatever that is, that golden substance on her body, basically. That almost serves as a dress, if you want. And then we have that meeting, and it's exactly at that throne that we have in the flashback when Mel is remembering her past. And I find it very interesting that she looks she's exactly that person that Ambessa did behead, right? In that moment, or maybe it's her mother or her child or whatever, but like she looks exactly like that one. So either she survived because she was a mage, right? And she's like, your mother shouldn't have messed with us, or there is some other stuff going on, and she takes that shape just because she wants to, like Mel said in that scene, wants to have a facade, right? Hide behind that and just project that onto Mel in order to create that imagery. And there we have like another shape. She is a shapeshifter here, an illusionist, which is a classical archetype of a mage, basically. The arcane is waking up. A calamity is approaching, rivaling even the ancient rune wars. Ambessa sits at the helm. Our efforts to divert her course have foundered. I don't know what foundered means, but I do assume failed. Because her course she's on course still. And she's gonna spearhead that calamity. Incredible shot here, if you look at that. A storm, blood red, and her looking at herself, basically. She always done what she thought was best. And like in that bloodstorm, you should see visions of the city, and it's almost like the city is burning away in a fire. Born into a new family. The question is, she came to bargain, right? And she came into Ambessa, she's like, I came to bargain, but obviously she was already convinced that Ambessa might not stray from her course. And we are seemingly, we're burying the dead, and I do love that we have the grayscale when we're doing that, and we have the traditional warrior's funeral kind of style. We don't lament a warrior's death, we avenge it. And I would say we pay respect to it. Right, that would be maybe something that would also be acceptable for Warrior, right? Warrior died in battle, and we respect it, right? We pay our respects and whatnot. We send them off. But obviously, Ambessa is at this point tunnel visioning on revenge, on hatred, on anger, on frustration, on all of these feelings. Because with each step that she loses something, it's more of a I'm like, you pay for it, right? For her, she needs to externalize it, because if she doesn't, everything comes crashing down on her, because then it's internalized and she will blame herself so much for all of the shit that happened that she can't, like, she would break under it. So she needs to expel it all from her own person and put it onto that external source that certainly is responsible for it, but her own actions are not innocent in that, right? Her own actions are interacting with that. But for her, it's a matter of principle, because to her, that is oppression. Somebody like mages or whatever, playing war makers, right? Manipulating things behind the scenes, maybe a sisterhood or something, having control over the world because of the unique power that they have. She wants to put them down because for her, that is oppression. More lucid than ever, because he's so disconnected from the world now, right? He's not bound in the world. He's not grounded, you might say. But he's also saying that it could have been glorious illusion. I sense my twilight approaching. An anomaly festers beneath the hex gates. I believe it has the capacity to complete the Doctor's transformation. My twilight is approaching, so he sees his own end coming, and he still steers towards it. Maybe because he knows that thanks to people like Chase and Mel, there might be something good coming out of that. But I don't know, maybe he's not just playing the unemotional villain. Maybe he is actually a bad villain who would lead about that calamity. But I'm still thinking that he has a grander plan in this. Maybe I'm naive to think that, but it feels like he knows a lot more and he feels a lot more. He's more in tune with the universe than somebody like a Doctor or an Abessa or even a Chase. So he would know that how to act in order to get Chase and Mel and everybody else to do the things that would lead to a favorable outcome for all of them. But maybe that's not true. Maybe when he was revived basically by the Hex Core, he lost that part of Victor. Maybe Chase is right and he lost his friend back then. Yeah. And we are reliving these last moments. I love how the audience's impression gets acknowledged by making, what was his name? Loris appear to look like Vander for a minute, and then we flash over into like the waking world and see that it's Loris. I guess he always gave Vander vibes, which obviously gave all of us Vander vibes. And I do love Kate's new hairstyle. Really suits her, really good. It's not as strict and off-putting as her like wrapped up hair, and at the same time it is also not as, I guess, sinister or loose as her like loose hair. So it's really cool that she has the very, very straight, simple ponytail with the especially also with the outfit, it fits really well. And Vi is, I don't know how, but Vi is looking even more like muscular, and the hairstyle is really good as well, right? Like it's a really great length, and the way it's almost cyberpunk, the way it's going to one side and the other side is not short, but it's like tied to the back basically. Or maybe it's short. Yeah, actually it is short. It's like a one-to-one cyberpunk hairstyle, and it fits her very well. Oh, I love that, right? The lights, again, like I think we had something like that in when we had the Kate and Bassa scene, and here we do have this scene where it's like the light through the curtain is actually separating the two of them. The only thing Jinx cared about was getting you to safety, then she gave up. And there's this light in her eye where it's like, maybe there's a chance. And she's right, but she's also wrong. She's right in like, maybe Jinx changed. Yeah, Jinx changed through that. But the conclusion that Jinx came to is not the same that Vi maybe hoped that she would come to, which is I'll fight with you, I'll help you, whatever. And maybe she does in the end, but I think it needs a little bit more convincing for Jinx to actually believe in herself again, to actually believe that it is okay to exist here and be here and whatnot, because at the moment her conclusion is all I bring is misfortune. Everybody I'm involved with dies or gets hurt. And if I remove myself from the equation, if I just run away, right? If I just leave, then everything will be better for everybody, right? I'm not in the way of Caitlyn and Vi, of Vi's happiness. I'm not gonna cause somebody else I care about to die. The problem is if you remove yourself completely from the equation, it actually means that you can't be there to see the people that you love thrive and be happy, right? So you have to console yourself with the idea that maybe they be happy, right? I love how this disheveledness is really underlining and empathizing how terrible Jinx feels and how much she has just given up in this moment. It's not even like Kate and Jinx are the same in that specific moment on that specific element, which is, as Kate expresses it, hatred and whatnot. I can't get myself to feel that anymore. Like it takes a lot of energy to keep up hatred. It takes a lot of energy to keep up hate, because hate is an emotion that is very energy intense. It takes a lot less energy to be depressed. It takes a lot less energy to be passive in life. Hatred and aggression is always an active emotion, right? It is something that festers and that feeds on itself, but it is also something that needs energy behind it. If you get to the point where you can't keep up that energy, that hatred will subside. Obviously, there's things that will raise that energy level again, right? Like new traumatic things happening to you, new stuff that irks you, right? But or that hurts you, that destroys you. But there's another path that this could lead to, which is apathy, right? I need to disconnect from my emotion because it's too painful to feel them. And I guess, like, in some way, shape, or form, Caitlyn may be in a more healthy way at this point, and Jinx still in a very unhealthy way. They've come to that point where they can't keep up that energy for hatred anymore, or for craziness, for revenge, for all of these things. Interesting, like, Fish Islands-y thing. I do love how well, like, I'm sorry that I just jumped on from that, but yeah, that was all I was about to say to that. Very interesting how we see the crow and then we see Mel coming in, almost like crows are generally in stories, they're associated with a negative foreboding of events to come. And then she walks off the ship and it's like her white dress in a white city with a lot of like fog around. It's almost like we are being told that everything is still. It's like the breath before the storm, and also this whole foggy whiteness and whatnot maybe symbolizes that we have no idea where the future will lead right now. It's all kind of foggy and up in the air. The symmetry of the shot, but interrupted by the scratches of the repaired parts of the table. Jace in the room, going over tracing over the table, and then we see the shot of his back, and immediately we feel like he's being observed. And this is where she comes in. Again, symmetry, but he interrupts the symmetry on his side because he's the one observing. We look past his shoulder, and then walks in with very curvy movements, Mel. And we see each other again. And we touch up, and we need to explain ourselves. We need to talk to one another. How can we trust each other? And this is where Victor comes in. Makes his entrance almost like the player on a stage. Almost like he went in here to immediately, right? Like this specific moment. Why did he choose this specific moment? It almost feels like him coming in here is playing the villain or at the very least being ambiguous enough to be perceived as the villain, as the force to be against, threatening Chase, but not really. He could easily kill him, I feel, but he's trying to convince him. But maybe he's not. Maybe all he's doing is teasing out a danger to Chase and to Mel in order for them to work together and trust each other again. Because he doesn't seem surprised by what's been happening. I mean, maybe he does, right? He seems definitely to be like breathing very strongly. Maybe he wanted to convince Chase to actually join him and help prevent what Ambassador was doing, but since he can't do that, he's gonna follow along and have his own twist on that. It's very interesting how he constantly has Sky as part of like his world. I do wonder if that's actually Sky, right? Like some trace of her left in the hex core, or if that is his own construction of Sky, kind of as him consoling himself and actually keeping himself sane in all of this experience. That is something that his mind conjured up because he needs it. Really cool how we do see like the shadow of Silco moving past the bars and her having a conversation with herself, basically. Processing again. Because she's saying that all to herself. Killing is a cycle. It never ends until you remove yourself from the cycle. And she's right there. She's absolutely right there. I thought I could break free by eliminating those I deemed my jailers. I think the cycle only ends when you find the will to walk away. Right? And walk away in this case, first of all, but also yes. Walk away, I guess, in this case means remove yourself from the equation. Might that be through suicide? Or might that be just through walking away, going to a different continent, whatever, right? You don't need to feel guilty about being happy. And this is what she truly feels, right? What she truly thinks, right? You feel guilty for being happy without me, but I feel like I can't be fixed, so I'm gonna remove myself from the situation and you can be happy because I make people unhappy. And Vi's like, no, I don't mean that. But you can't stop her because obviously she locked her in. We can't talk it out. We can't like just hold you and confront you and whatnot. She's going her way, but this will not be the last we saw of Jinx, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise we wouldn't have seen alternate reality Jinx, right? Like the thing she's saying here is like, you're never gonna give up on me. There's no good version of me, but yeah, there is. Echo saw it. There is one. And even that version of you that's right here is a good one. Just needs to bloom into something, okay? Right? Like the flower was cut so many times, but when the wounds heal, there is the chance, right? But maybe that's what she needs, to be removed from the situation for long enough and maybe make her own experience. Even if it's just for a few days or whatever, and come to that realization. Believed in my calling to merit the blood in my veins, right? Live up to my legacy. It was all a lie, yet it had dictated the course of my entire life. I can never return to it because I've become somebody different. There's no force in this world that can control you. Right? You're your own person. This is what he's trying to say. You will never be a passenger. You'll never be passive, right? You care. You empathize. Right? Your heart is in the right place, and you have the willpower to actually find your own path, I think. And I do think like Jace and love that shot. I do think Jace and Mel need each other. Much like Vi and Caitlyn need each other, although they also hurt each other a lot, but did hurt each other a lot, but they need each other too. I do think Chase and Mel need each other, and you do feel this is a completely different relationship as Vi and Caitlin, because as soon as the two of them are in the room together, as soon as the two of them know where the other one is and are in contact with one another, you do feel both of them are raising their head higher, both of them are more decisive, both of them are more calm. It's like this could be a threat to the entire continent. Look at that. It looks so pristine, it looks so clean, it looks so beautiful. But it is a threat because it's completely alien to them. Hundreds of more. This isn't a fight for ideals or territory. Somebody tell me who this boy is. I'm sure he's like just a side character, but it's very interesting to know who he is. Because I'm pretty sure we've seen him as well. And we're bringing down the walls. We're bringing everybody up. Everybody lives in the same space. This is a fight for our survival. It's very curious and very interesting how we've gotten to the point that the old psychological truth still applies. If you start to have a common enemy, this is the uniting factor that you have, right? Because you start to see every human as part of the same group, and everybody who threatens humanity is the enemy. And then two factions that previously were fighting each other and hating on each other start to realize there's another faction that threatens all of them. So they come together because they have more similarities than there's differences between the two of them. And there's less differences between those two factions than there is between all of humanity and whatever threat humanity has. So if you want to unite the people, find an enemy for them. But it won't hold, right? If you don't continuously find enemies, then they won't be held together. Because, like, see, this is only temporary then. This is only temporary, and it can only serve as an olive branch, as the first pillar of a bridge that needs to be continuously built beyond having a common enemy. And that would be the task of future generations, and even the task of this generation to start to actually lead to a better future where everybody can live in relative harmony. Yeah. All of these freedom fighters, and they know there's a threat, and we're gonna come together, we're opening the gates. Super interesting. Chase standing in front of like the hex core thing. Us looking at his back, and then we switch over to Vi being very down on herself, right? In the dark. And I like that perfect symmetry in with her back as well. Caitlin coming in being like, I should have... all of that anxiety, like Powder said in the other universe, it is her fear of losing everybody that made her fight so hard. But if that fear can be turned instead into trust, that self-doubt can be turned into unity, into love, into affection. I find that very interesting. She's like, you really think I needed all the guards at the hex gates? She let her go, right? Because she trusted her, and she was like, yeah, from that conversation I had with Jinx, she's done. And if she goes out there, she's not gonna wreak havoc. She's gonna either help us, maybe, small chance, right? Or she's gonna leave, which maybe is good for her. I don't know how far Caitlin sees that, right? How far she read that, but she read enough to say Jinx is not gonna be our enemy when we let her out of there. But obviously she needed to find a way to let her out without actually just letting her out. And we immediately have that guilt and that fear and all of that changing into affection and love and trust, and the two of them embracing each other. I don't think I have to say anything much about that. It's a greatly shot scene, right? With switching perspectives. We do have all of the movement and energy that we need. We have the pulling back for a second, and she's like, wait, we need to clear the air. I saw somebody else, and it's like, I don't fucking care, right? Fuck it, right? We're so much past drama at this point. Also that reach. We're so past everything. Love that cocky little, like, the blowing the hair to the side for a second and smiling. And then her taking a proactive role, which is not what Vi is used to at all. But yeah, this is a back and forth, right? You do not feel like one of them is more more dominant here than the other. It's a very interesting, like, it's a very interesting interaction here that is on eye level, which is great, right? Because we do have that relationship that is on eye level now. After all of these events, after all of the suffering and pain and doubt, and it's great to see that crescendo into this conclusion. And that before the end, right? Before we just, like, at the very end of it do that. No, we do it here in episode 8, right? One episode before it all ends. So that at least, no matter what happens, we know how those two feel about each other. And that they came together and resolved their issues. And those two, struck with curiosity, caught in their web, it was all the sweetness in my heart. A wound that will never close. It's very interesting though how Ambessa is indirectly blaming Mel, where she's like, I had to choose between one or the other, right? Between losing one child or the other. And she chose indirectly to lose her son for her, which kind of puts her down in that conversation. I do feel like maybe even either she's like, I don't know if she's doing it on purpose, but it's definitely having an impact on Mel. So either it's manipulative or she is actually just letting her emotions out how she thinks them in her head. This is gone. Yeah, this is more than vengeance. These mages dangle over our heads, a sword that impales us should we rise too high. Their very nature violates the most core Noctian principles that were all the same on the battlefield. But why? Right? Mages are cunning, they have talent, right? People who are fighting on the battlefield with, like, just normal melee, hand-to-hand, or whatever weapons you use, they're also cunning through skill, but also through talent that they might have from their genes and whatnot. There's no difference from that, right? Only that they have more power because of their talents. I mean, obviously, a normal person can't achieve that, but then again, an average or normal person might not be able to achieve the highs of somebody who is an expert warrior, right? So, we're all the same on the battlefield. Does that really apply? But she sees that as a great injustice and wants to fight against it, because these mages have power, they hold it over them, and that is her way of rebellion. And she's still holding on to her ways, right? It proves that you're not tough enough to defeat the Rose. Maybe it needs somebody like Mel to do that. And not somebody like an Ambessa. Again, still unsure how this... I guess he's saying goodbye to her and releasing her into the universe while he goes into Warwick. Merges... right? And maybe even does something more that we still don't understand with all of these rising up as one, basically. Either way, all of them are getting raised up, and I'm not sure if Ambessa, if the things Ambessa wants to be happening are actually happening, or if there's some kind of trump card that Victor has here. We'll see. We'll see in episode 9. Yeah, I'll see you then. Alright. Friends. This is it. This is the last episode of Arcane. I don't want to talk about it too much. We've analyzed the last episodes. Without any further ado, let's Let's bring her home, right? Three, 2, 1. Boom. One last time. Holy shit, what are we starting on? Or is this... This almost sounds like Jinx is singing this. Not really, but I think, yeah, it's supposed to sound a little bit like that. Were we pouring that oil? Jinx, please, don't break my heart. And the fire. This is what I hope wouldn't happen. And the shattering mirrors or glasses. There's nothing to... Finally be me. Please, Echo. Please.
I want to talk to you.
Get out of here, Echo.
I just...
He's rewinding. He's rewinding.
I want to talk to you, pal. Jinx.
Oh, he's giving it all.
Always a dance with you. I think I'm just gonna sit here a minute. Catch my breath. See if I can talk an old friend out of blowing us up.
Please. Please. Please.
You know, I learned from someone very special that no matter what happened in the past, it's never too late to build something new. Someone worth building it for.
Was it enough? Was this enough? Please, please. Oh. I need somebody to save her. I'm sorry, but I need somebody to save her, okay? I need somebody to save me through her. One last time, huh? My enemy. Tell you something about ourselves. We are our own worst enemy, more often than not. Sounds cliche, but it's true, okay? It is true. Case in point.
I need you and the Enforcers to buy me as much time as you can so I can shut down the Hex Gates. It's our only chance.
Victor's at the center of all this, isn't he?
Talk to me, Victor.
We're meant to lose this fight. If he reaches the Hex Gates.
Ooh, we're back. We're back into trauma. We're back into war. Running for our lives.
Best stop him.
Alright. Who are you carrying by? Oh, green dude, right? Looks like. Holy shit, we're bringing heavy artillery to this. The city is under siege. Oh, maybe not. I think it was the green goggles that... Is that Caitlyn? I hope not. Oh no, we just... No, we just saw Mel, right? Oh yeah, it's one of the jinxers. It's insane. Vi almost looks like her younger self, and like, look, for a second she looked like that. Let's go. Do it, Caitlyn.
Bold little one.
Oh, I'm so tense. What's happening? What are they doing? Are they releasing the robots? Oh no, they're releasing Victor, I guess.
Move your units and wait there. Stay.
Mm-hmm. Warwick. Slash Victor slash whatever that monstrosity is. It's like some Lord of the Rings shit, right? When they're carrying Grunt. Alright, so what is Chase doing? Powering everything down? Oh shit. Enhanced soldiers, huh? Holy shit. He didn't just die, did he? That is doing him dirty. I know he wasn't a big character, but still. I can't believe you've done this. Also, that isn't Warwick, it's actually just a normal grunt soldier, I guess. I think. This is insane. People die. And take the mask, take the mask. Holy shit, that animation was really good. No, he's just going for it, alright. He's gonna die. Maybe not. What the fuck? Damn. Alright. We're still with her. Okay, we're still with her. What is happening? Yeah. We need a hero. Come on. I mean, she's a real villain, of course. Still thinking like Victor has something in the back of his mind, but who knows? Wait, what? Alright, Mrs. Traitor. A woman scorned?
Desperation is the doorway to oblivion, child.
Oh no, don't tell me.
Let's get this over with.
Okay, it's not deadly yet. Should have probably killed her, Ambessa.
I did appreciate your warmth.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, yes. Oh, this needed to happen. Of course it needed to happen. Mel versus Ambessa.
If you care for me at all, spare their lives. There is nothing to gain from this senseless bloodshed.
still a fox. Soldier?
I guess it's time. Hmm? No. Okay, of course. Holy shit. Of course, last minute. Let's fucking go. It's time. Let's go. And this is the young guy from earlier, right? Alright. Was it a distraction? Or did we destroy it? Yeah. Deception, deception, deception.
Where is Victor?
Always. I was like, does he still need the orb? No, he doesn't. Hmm. That is
Despite the circumstances, Jace,
insane looking.
I am pleased to see you.
There must be some part of you still in there.
I am more than I ever was.
Hmm. Is that good that you're more than you ever were? Holy. And he's connecting to all of them that they touch, right?
Mother, look at the price of your ambition. You've sacrificed everything. Richter's, Kino, this city I built for our family.
If it was for us, you wouldn't have fought me.
You are no Madada.
You remember.
Shut up and fight.
Okay, Kate. Is it 2-on-1? Are we gonna team up? Us. Don't. Yes. Let's go, let's go. Okay, okay, okay. She's strong. I love that. Bite that, like, flash effect. Come on, come on, come on.
Pursued all our lives. An end to cruelty, injustice. All of us, our own authors to an unbroken saga of progress, to the benefit of all.
People deserve to choose their own fates.
Choice is false.
Choice creates.
Clothe and forgive the baser instincts that spur us to division. Death.
Choice divides us, right? That's his
Energy spent
solution.
to consume itself.
Mm.
We can be of one mind.
Hive mind. Okay, okay, Victor. Or not Victor. Not really. This is not what Ambassador wants, though. Victor is taking this into his own hands. Is she gonna splint? No, 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 no.
You fought well, child.
Always so superior.
Now! A wolf has no mercy.
Ooh.
Your daughter is wiser than you credit. I salute you, Ambassador. For one without the gift, you were quite a thorn. What are you doing, sister?
Don't think that's gonna stop her.
I see your face, deceiver.
Sly girl.
I knew Mel had her own ideas about this. And so unlike her mother, right? She played her hand. She played her hand. Holy shit, what a perspective shift. That is so cool.
Looks like you shouldn't have come back.
Still don't get it, huh, sis? I'm always with you. Even when we're worlds apart.
Back to back.
Sanity, Victor. That is precisely my intention.
Mm-hmm.
Your eyes won't lie. When your mind is open, Jace.
Your eyes won't lie when your mind is open. No, I understand Victor 100%, but I understand Chase as well.
Dad?
No. Oh yeah, they're in the tower, right? Hmm. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Holy shit, the soundscape. They just fly by. I was so close.
Do you see the sublime intersection of order and chaos?
Is this his vision becoming reality? Mm-hmm. All of them. Where's Echo? What's happening with Echo? Come on, boy. Wake up, you still got your time thing. We're so close. The boy savior, come on. This is the place. And he accepts his fate. Okay, the hair looks weird, not gonna lie, on Jace. Yeah, we're all connected now.
This is what you see.
Look at this, holy shit.
This conflict. This senseless waste. I know their minds, Jace.
But why are your eyes closed?
They want better lives, but emotion clashes with reason. Humanity's self-corrupting contradiction.
You've always wanted to cure what you thought were weaknesses. Your leg. Your disease. But you were never broken, Victor. There is beauty in imperfections.
There is.
They made you who you are. An inseparable piece of everything I admired about you.
Yes. Okay. Move. Not that easy, huh? Ooh, but it is. Rewind time. It's rewind time. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Is he coming back? Ah, not long enough. Yeah. Oh, and he's going all the way back. How much is he going back?
That device can't be.
Did this break through?
I thought I wanted us to give magic to the world.
But
Now, all I want is my partner back.
Why do you persist? After everything I've done?
Because I promised you. Why did you ever give me this?
It was him. It was him.
I thought I could bring an end to the world's suffering.
But
when every equation was solved, all that remained were fields of dreamless solitude. There is
with
no
absolute
rise to
order.
perfection, only an end to pursuit. In all timelines, in all possibilities,
It's all the same.
only you can show me this.
It's just nothing left after this, right? We all work in unison. If we are all one, how do we define ourselves? He ain't gonna let you go. You go together.
We finished this together.
Yes. You started it together, you finish it together. This art, holy shit. It is ambitious. All of this happening in this one moment. Oof. I do wonder if they're all remembering this. Being part of one, right? Being one. Come on. Bye. Come on.
You can't save him.
Yeah, she's reliving that moment. No.
Always with you, sis.
Don't. Don't. Come on. No. Come on. No, it's not.
You may read about the war in Piltover, but history is made palatably abstract. For its truth,
What are we doing?
the agony of every sacrifice, the exaltation of every triumph.
Alright, so it's like a funeral.
Is more than one should bear. We, whose decisions led us here, will carry them forever. Our only consolation that with every loss, we found some good, some light, worth gaining, worth fighting for.
Oh, his daughter. But how? Victor's plans were for naught.
And though we are doomed to revisit the error of our ways,
Three-eyed crow, hello.
spark ever more conflicts, our story isn't over.
Lost an eye, huh? It's funny because I think she had one of those before. Right, and those are parts of the archives now, like her take on all of this.
Is that singing?
It's just a tune my mother used to hum.
Hmm.
Are you still in this fight, Violet?
I am the dirt under your nails, Cupcake.
A pretty violent answer. Where are they traveling, though? That's my question. I mean, sail into the horizon, but what fight are they in? Because I thought it was somewhat resolved at this point. I guess there's still the Black Rose in these people, but I don't know. Also, fuck you. Honestly. We'll talk about it in the discussion, I guess. I have two things to say about this right away. The first one is thank you, Fortiche, for an incredible show. I think I liked almost everything about this conclusion. And I found it to be very conclusive and satisfying. And the second thing I do have to say is fuck you. Because there's one single thing about this ending that I found absolutely unnecessary. Which is Jinx's death. I can't wait or I can't wait for the comments underneath this video. All of you sharing your own experience with the ending and your own experience with the show in general, but also your opinion on why this ending was correct, fitting, poignant, all of these things. I think that for me personally, most of it made sense. Jason and Victor ending it together, right? Hand in hand. As they started it. And Bessa dying. Dying, having played all of her cards the way she has played them stubbornly and in the way she thought. In the only way she thought the world works. Always convinced of her own ways. Always a little bit too stubborn to budge to other points, to alternate viewpoints, to the idea of empathy that Mel was constantly putting out there. The ending for Mel, the ending for Echo as well. I thought it was really cool that he was playing this pivotal role. I think the only thing that really bothers me is Jinx. And I'm gonna explain why. Maybe we shouldn't leave that. For all of this act, right, after Isha died, we've been playing up this depression, right? We have been playing up the suicidality. We've been playing up this idea that the world is better off without me, and I don't want to be in this world anymore. What I did think was gonna happen, was this being like the ending, supposedly maybe being an antithesis to that very point. Because for people like Jinx, no matter if she does have or did have borderline personality disorder or not, right? For people like Jinx, the basic idea is I am wrong, right? I destroy everything. I disrupt everything. I'm too broken to be fixed. There is no version of me that is okay or good for the world, right? And she believed that for a long time. And it came out in different ways, be that destructive behaviors to the outside, be that this self-destructive behaviors as it became more and more as the show was going on. She lost a lot of people. She had a lot of pain in her. But I thought that we were making that point in the very end. That we were making that point. That 2 points actually, one on Vi's side and one on Jinx's side. Let me finish the one on Jinx's side. We were making that point that there's always things that you can fight for, and it is never too late to find a new reason to go on, right? To kind of play the mirror of what Jinx was feeling this entire time, and having Echo be not the solution, but the first step in the right direction, right? The first step to the solution. And obviously, it would come with all the messes and all the messiness that such a broken individual such as Jinx would have, but it would be step by step, and we would be walking this long, arduous path into the future. This is not what I saw in this ending. What I saw in this ending is I am tired of life, and you need to let me go. And that is very, very painful to feel, to process, I was gonna say to internalize, but I don't want to internalize that, okay? And I don't want anybody, especially people who are like Jinx, to go into this story and come out of it thinking that way, right? Because it can very well feel that way. And I can only imagine that maybe whoever was writing this story had a part of themselves that holds maybe a belief like that, or that at some point in time held that belief. And there's a tiny part of them, or maybe it was just dramatic effect, right? We need to have somebody dying at the end to make it bittersweet, but this was absolutely unnecessary from my point of view. There could have been countless ways we could have made sacrifices. Letting Vander go alone is, for example, already a sacrifice for them after they've seen him so many times and come back and like play with their emotions by just being there, right? And having his pain and suffering all apparent. All the things they've lost over time, right? All the damage they've received. I don't think this was necessary at all, and now my thought immediately, I mean, obviously this is just a story, but my thought goes to Echo, a person that supposedly survived, right? That supposedly survived. After he opened up, right, to Jinx, and he I guess also kind of was opening his heart again, right? And hoping and looking to the future. Somebody he kind of was always close to. Somebody he looked up to. And then losing her again, right? I mean, I know he's somebody who always stands up, right? Who always finds a way to persevere, right? Because that is ingrained into his experience. But the pain of that. And then I'm thinking about Vi, and now we have the second lesson that we can learn from this ending. And that lesson being, first of all, the lesson being why you should have let me go long ago, right? It's time to let me go. What a horribly morbid and existentially dark message. Kind of almost reinforcing the self-blaming thoughts that Vi had her whole, like all of this time. That's like, I was wrong to believe that in some way I can save you. In some way I can, maybe we can come together again. And the second being, now for I think the third or the fourth time, Vi has experienced a moment where somebody she held very, very dear sacrificed themselves for her, and her hesitating the moment before, right, not being able to let Vander go, basically made it so that she was in trouble enough that Jinx jumped in and sacrificed herself for her once again. Tell me that's not devastating you. I mean, obviously we saw her in the last scene, but honestly, I'd probably kill myself. Right? I'm not even gonna lie. And I'm putting myself into Vi's shoes, I'm gonna jump down there again. Like after them, right? Honest, like my feelings. Obviously my rationale is not like that, right? But my feelings, the things I'm feeling when I think of that moment, when I'm trying to put myself into Vi, there's a lot of strength to not doing that. And obviously it's nice to see that Vi has found somebody that she can find solace in, right? That she can mourn the people she's lost, but still go on. The dirt underneath your nails. And it was a nice ending for the two of them. It was a great ending for the two of them. But this wasn't necessary. Again, it wasn't necessary. Not for the story, not for any message that we were going to send. Like, I mean, maybe you in the comments disagree, and maybe you can find some message where you're like, look, we built this up, right? This was like reinforced here and there. Maybe I'm not seeing that for the emotions I'm feeling right now. Write it in the comments down below. I would love to hear that. I would love to read that. But I'm not seeing the message. I'm not seeing a message beyond nihilism. I don't see a message beyond you can't always get what you want. If the situation would have been different, right? Like, it was unavoidable. It was like the heat of a moment where it's like Jinx shoves her out of the way of some like imminent danger and she dies, which I still would have thought was kind of unnecessary. But we reinforced that by having it be like a Frodo in Lord of the Rings at Mount Doom moment where Sam has his hand and it starts slipping, and then Sam is like, don't you dare let go, because we know Frodo wanted to let go. Right? But here, she takes that decision away from her. Vi is not saying that. And the message is, let me go. I want to go. Is that the message? Give up on the people who want to give up? Give up on the people who don't want to live anymore? Is that the message we're trying to send here? I don't understand it. I can't. Like, for the... Maybe I need distance from this, but... this just fucking destroys me right now. Like, it's festering inside of me. This might have literally ruined my week, not gonna lie. I feel sick to my stomach. I feel absolutely sick. I mean, even what we sing here, right? I've held for as long as I can for the ones that I had to defend. Been strong every day of my life. He once death could take me this time. This world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. I know it's my fault that I'm here all alone. First of all, it's not your fault. It's never just your fault, okay? It's never. Even though the decisions that you made might have led you there. It's never just your fault. Please let me go. No. No. Like, holy shit, no. There's so much that you can be here for. And we were so close to the end. So close to a point where this might have been the start of growth in the wasteland. And we just let go right before that. And it's infuriating. It's infuriating when such a smart, precious, unique individual doesn't see any value in what's left. I mean, I understand some of the message here, right? Like, if I reread these lyrics, right? If there was nothing to fight or protect, maybe then I could finally be free. And in the moment there was nothing to fight or protect, she let go. But isn't that the moment life should start? Really? Isn't that just the next step on the road? Shouldn't that be your reward for all of the pain and trouble you went through? Shouldn't that be the peace you wanted? The happiness you wanted, possibly? These images are haunting. And I had really hoped that Echo stopping her would change something. I mean, obviously she had something left to fight for, and that's what he brought up, right? That was the thing that convinced her to go into this again. But she still has people to fight for. Just not actively fight, right? You don't need to defend them right now, but you can enjoy being with them. And you're not getting in the way at that point. We had this resolved. Just sent such an incredibly bad message. Now, obviously, yeah, people die, right? Obviously, yeah, some people just, at some point, they lose the will. But do we need to end it on this? Especially since this is the last season, do we need to end it on that punctuation mark? Of just letting them go? When they are so close to maybe starting to heal. Nobody is broken to the point that you should let them go. Nobody is broken to that point. The only time you should let somebody go is when they've lived a long life. And they've lived a long life. And they say, I'm satisfied and I'm happy with where I am. Let me go. It's time. This is when you should let people go. Not when they want relief from the pain and suffering. What you should try to do is make their pain and suffering as little, as small as possible. And show them that there's a world out there that it's worth living for. This is what we have not done here. I guess this is what happened for somebody like a Caitlyn, for somebody like a Vi. But none of them were as close to giving up or ending it all as Jinx. None of these characters. Maybe they had some slight tendencies here and there, moments where they felt like that. But they never had that underlying theme that was going through the entire series. And I guess what we're saying here and what makes me really angry is that you had a shit childhood and you grew up and you had a lot of pain and trauma and suffering throughout that. It might be better for you to just let go. And I don't want that. I don't want that to be the take-home message that I have here. And I'm angry. Honestly, I'm just fucking angry. I mean, obviously, we can make a pun about the stages of grief here and whatnot, right? Denial, anger, whatever. I've already accepted it. It happened, right? It doesn't mean that I can't criticize it, that I can't disagree with it. Like, Isha was enough, and I didn't care that much about her beyond her being an innocent child, right? Like, she wasn't that long in the story to actually be like, oh no, this is devastating me too. Then it made me sad, but it made me sad more in the sense of what it would do to the other characters, especially Jinx. But yeah. I mean, beautiful imagery. And we did see, like, I was doubting if Victor was really gonna go for this, but he was. His idea of a perfect future was perfection, right? Absolute unity. Because then there would not be disparity. But if we did eliminate all of the disparity, we create a world in which no single individual exists, right? So what do we do if all of us are just one? We think as one, we function as one. Aren't we just a machine then? Aren't we just a single individual then? So what is that single individual gonna do? Who is it gonna interact with? What is it gonna interact with? What goals will it have? What motivations? There's none. Right? Without our weaknesses, without imperfections, without differences, there's no motivation in us. Because we are what are we motivated by? Love, affection, right? Which are emotions that are about connection between two individuals that are different. No one individual is the same, not even twins. We are motivated by ambition, being better than others, doing something nobody has ever done before. Maybe not even being better than others, but being the best at something. Not even just like beating others, but rather just being at the top, looking at the clouds, right? Reaching new highs, self-improvement. None of that exists when you're perfect. And a lot of countless species invented by all kinds of sci-fi series, most prominent one probably being the Borg, has shown that in the past, right? If there's absolute perfection and absolute unity, there's no reason for us to strive to be somebody or do something. And happiness, I guess, right? The thing that the reward center of our brain produces, it becomes obsolete. So we're not happy anymore, we just are. Are we content with that? Like, I guess if we eliminate all of our emotions, are we still human then, though? I guess it is an evolution, as Victor said. But do we want that evolution? That is the question. Or do we rather want to try to exist, to coexist despite our differences? And find a way to live in harmony as us and not as something that is different. And I guess you'll have to ask that question. I don't see what Victor was doing as evil. Not even not even the actual thing he was doing. I see his intentions as good, and I do see like the thing he was trying to achieve as neutral. Obviously, most humans who have emotions wouldn't want that. But I do see a world in which thousands of years in the future, we do find a way to lift ourselves beyond our vessels, lift ourselves beyond of who we are right now, be that through biological evolution or be that through some kind of technology, exist as something that is immortal, maybe even, right? More interconnected. That's a good or bad thing, I guess, is entirely subjective to the person who is thinking about it and receiving the information right here and right now. Will be different for everybody on Earth, right? Everybody will have their own thoughts on that. And people in the future might have different thoughts on that than people right now or people in the past. I do love these shots where we do show like the flashes of Vi and we don't know what's happening. We just see glimpses of her hair and everything is exploding around and we are like shaking because we're running. It's a great sense of movement that we are creating here, where we're just stumbling through the chaos and we're just desperate to stay alive and keep the people around us alive, especially as she's like carrying one of the people here, like I think it was the Jinxer. You know, just having all of these projectiles flying one way or another. We have feet marching, people being shot, people planning and strategizing. It's really well done and cool with like the Hextech weapons against the traditional cannons. And everyone is kind of fighting for their survival. Seeing other people fighting beside you and dying. I was really celebrating Caitlyn being absolutely devastating with her sniper rifle and just not letting up until she was chased out of her hideout here. Ambessa being as cocky as she always was throughout this entire series. She never lost that sass, she never lost that air of superiority, even in moments where she clearly didn't have the upper hand. Show no weakness, right? That's her attitude. Chase dismantling everything, trying to revert it. Love the sniper rifle zoom stuff, and that we were meant to believe that, like, kind of like through like vague imagery and deception, that this is still Victor and he, for some reason, he needs this. The mutants coming in, but at that moment I was like, okay, the mutant in front of like the orb is definitely not Victor, but I was still convinced that Victor somehow needs that thing and is kind of maybe his essence is inside of it or whatever. But yeah, like holy shit, also the bitch here. The bitch over here. God damn it. Betrayal. Because I mean, I think so. Because she was scorned, right? Because she was dropped for Vi as soon as Vi and Caitlyn figured stuff out. And I guess that changes loyalties. Or maybe she was that way before that even, right? Maybe she was sympathizing more with Ambessa and playing that game even before that. That is a great shot here. Boom. That's what I mean with like the unique art style. Look at that. This could be like a Star Wars promotional art or some shit. But it's like you got like the magic circles coming out of like with the Hextech weapon shots, and then you have these outlines. It's so stylistic. It's so cool. In the way we're doing this, right? This too, right? Look at that. Boom. Right? White, black, right? Inverse with like the negative images. And boom, back to normal. You don't see it in the normal, but you see it in general. And we have her striding up, being like, I knew I would be victorious. Of course she is. Alright. I thought she was dead there, to be honest. I was like, no, they are not gonna kill Caitlyn, are they? Killed somebody else, which I'm not happy about, but you know. Holy shit. What is this panel? I didn't actually see that. That is a Jinx-like panel. But yeah, it perfectly represents what we're feeling here, right? It's like her being like the malicious, betraying person, right? The person you trusted. The devilish smile here. But she died, right? Where was the bullet flying? Yeah, boom, she's dead. Yeah, got what she deserved, man. To be honest. Good riddance. And this is where I feel like Mbessa, if she doubled down here, she's like, nah, I'm gonna win anyway, right? If I need to kill you, I need to kill you. I don't know if she's like, if I need to kill you, I kill you, or if she's like, she ain't gonna do it anyway, right? But she underestimated her, for sure. This is probably, and this is why it pains me even more, this is probably the coolest entrance I've ever seen. The paint, the way she's like sitting almost like Echo is sitting, right? Like in his Firelight intro. The hood, all of it, right? The paint. And her and Echo being the cavalry here with the entrance, with the music. This is so cool. Echo is always has this amazing entrance. And then obviously he flies by. What a great transition this is. He flies by and we do see in the smoke Sevica and all the other lane people coming in and being like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. Let's show them what's what. And then like the soldiers of the city are like, this is our chance, holy shit, we'll all fight together, right? This is like a moment where everybody comes together. The man, the myth, the legend. Oh, I feel so bad for him as well. I mean, he's gonna be fine, but still. He doesn't deserve this. He doesn't deserve this. Like, he does not. This is cool too, right? Like she's raising energy, right? Boom! Like, this is so cool. Look at that. It's like a shockwave or some shit. Wait, actually, I think I need to load the battery. I hope it's not going out. Actually, I want to talk about it a little bit more. We're done soon, but like my camera is actually showing that it has no battery. I hope it's gonna be fine. And this little hero here. Did he survive or did he die? I don't know. Yeah. And we have the deception. I'm like, oh no! Oh no, it was a deception. And he looks so incredibly alien and menacing. It's insane. Like some kind of like alien overlord androids deity kind of thing, right? Like the overlord is coming to take over all of you, and it's like he's wearing a mask and is taken over by that, and his actual face, right, the victor face, has his eyes closed as if he's not seeing anymore, right? He's not seeing this realm, I guess. The banners all going up straight. And we do have all of them touching people and kind of like taking them into the collective. I don't think this is what what Mbessa wanted, but maybe she planned for that as well. Maybe she was planning to kill Victor. But yeah, I don't know. This fight was so cool as well, right? We do have the constant back and forth, and it is insane how much she can actually... It's almost like a whip here. It's really cool, but also like a shockwave kind of deal. But it's really cool how with her protective amulet or whatever it is, she can block all of these attacks, and her instincts are so fast that she's being able to deal with both of those. Like with Caitlyn and Mel at the same time. It's crazy. Despite Caitlyn being very experienced at combat and sparring with her earlier, she must have probably gone easy on her. Obviously never show your best tricks, I guess. And even with Mel being so powerful as with her magic, though I guess she's still a novice, right? She just started in a way. So there might be limitations to what she's capable of in the end. And we're flying into that tower. Echo going full steam in there. These set pieces are just amazing. The way like his foot is in the frame and like the staff is in the frame, and we see, hey, welcome back. Just a couple of seconds for you, but for me it was probably like an hour. Because my battery was running hot and I was also running out of battery in general, so we're back. We're gonna finish this up. Like I was saying, really cool how the foot is kind of in the shot, touching down to the ground. And we do have the staff here, and in the background for scale we do have the big orb of like the hex where the hex core is in the middle. Chase standing almost invisible in the frame all the way to the right here, with his hammer leaning against the structure. And we are proposing this thing. It's like an end to injustice and an end to suffering. And obviously we talked about it, right? What is the fundamental idea about this? Unity and perfection versus imperfection and motivation and human strive, right? Because we are striving for perfection, but the goal is not what's important. It is the road we walk. It is the way we get there. And we never get there, right? That's what ideals is all about. We do have ideals, and of course it would be great if we reach them, but we never really reach them. All we can do is come as close as we can to them, to understand where we're coming from, to understand what we're doing with our life, to kind of inform our decisions and drive us forward. People deserve to choose their own fates. Yeah, that's the idea, huh? Choice is false. It is how we clothe and forgive the baser instincts that spur us to division. It says baser instincts are driving us to make decisions, and in order to lie to ourselves about it, we cover that up as free will. It's a very interesting way to see that, right? We make the wrong decisions, and afterwards we're like, we chose this. Those were all our choices, and we defend it like that. We lie to ourselves almost. It's not logical. Of course it isn't. But isn't that what makes us human, right? Like that chaotic element within ourselves. Energy spent only to consume itself. All of these steps taken here. I thought that we were gonna like split the blade and maybe put it into Ambessa, but we did it another way, which is very interesting. And Caitlyn looking for the amulet, and she's pulling the blade out of her own stomach in order to slice the amulet off, and Ambessa doesn't immediately realize that. You fought well, child. She doesn't notice it even. And she's like, oh shit. And she throws that line back at her that she's been telling her over and over and over again. A wolf has no mercy. And we go in. And now like the Black Rose, they think maybe she, but I think it's they think they have her. And they start extracting. I think this is like extracting information and torturing her at the same time. But she comes in here. And she's trying to stop her, but I guess she created somebody who they can not easily stop because they unlocked her potential, even though she's still somewhat of a novice. I see your face, Deceiver. Sly girl. I don't know if she killed her or if she like just expunged her so that she can't do any damage anymore. Either way, she kind of freed the two of them, but too late because at this point she's dead. You are the wolf, right? Not still the fox. You are the wolf. Right? You deceived her and took her out, basically, but also you weren't too afraid to put me into danger in that specific moment to reach that. But yeah, I mean, I guess now she's the new leader, basically, by defeating Ambessa, but also Ambessa chose her own fate. It's just how it is. That is a crazy shot here that we see. She's like at a weird angle, because you would think she wouldn't be able to stand upright like that. She would have to lean in, but maybe she's using like, maybe the boots are like magnetic or something, and I don't remember that. I'm always with you, even when we're worlds apart. And we do have that back to back. Your eyes won't lie if your mind is open, Chase. And I guess Victor wants to take him and show him. We do have like one last fight here between this weird version of Vander / Warwick and Jinx and Vi on the other side. These set pieces are impressive. They are. It's like an insane amount of detail and graphic fidelity and peak animation that's going on here. Like, you do have all of these time, you have the feeling that something great is happening right now, something like awe-inspiring, be that a bad thing or a good thing, right? And suddenly everything is floating, gravity is set out of order. All of these colors we're using as well that are coming out of her railgun, or maybe like it's a minigun, I guess. Right into the camera with the hammer, but we're tracing it, right? And Victor is blocking it with whatever that arm is that's like on his back, almost like the thing in Death Stranding, like the weird little detection thing. And this is when like Chase realizes that we have this speech about like, do you see the sublime intersection of order and chaos? He's like spewing, and it on the one hand it feels like it makes sense, on the other hand it doesn't make sense at all. Right, like it's just like these grand themes, general vague themes that we're talking about. But we do see this spiral that's happening. Right? Like all of them are aligned in a spiral, and the entire storm is spiraling around them. And we do see like the beginnings with all of these weird organic things, like melting off of the buildings, like. Chase's vision is starting to become true, or not his vision, but the dimension he was teleported into. But we do have Echo waking up, and that is kind of like the foreshadowing. But this look at this insane shot, right? Him kneeling with the hammer and knowing very well where he is right now. And that this is almost exactly what he saw. And then him closing his eyes and being like, okay, this is it, it's happening. Now, obviously, him being transported in this and seeing it and is, of course, not the end of him fighting it. This is so beautiful of how they do that, right? Like behind him, the halo, like he's some kind of like deity or Christ figure, and you do have the nebula, basically, like the gas cloud, which you do see kind of in the universe out there, right? Like when you have pictures of far away clouds of like gases and whatever, which is collecting somewhere among the stars, and you have that around him, kind of like almost like a shining light. But the shining light surrounds him, while he himself, his body, consists almost of like a clear sky, basically, like a clear dark sky with stars shining brightly within them. And the only elements that are kind of his clothing, more or less, or his cloak, are, well, his like parts of these like clear stars are also his cloak, but you do have these elements like the green and whatnot, and like the staff, which are all kind of a little bit like the colors of the hex core. This is such an interesting, beautiful looking composition that we have here. It feels unreal, otherworldly, and he feels like a god, basically. But you do also see, and we pay attention to that, we have the mask, which took over, and we do have Victor, who is closing his eyes and watching through the eyes of the mask and not through his own eyes. I know their minds. They want better lives, but emotion clashes with reason, humanity's self-corrupting contradiction. He sees emotions as weakness. And I do have to agree with Victor in the sense that, yes, if you do have a disability, that is clearly a weakness. Obviously a weakness that you can overcome to a degree, right? A weakness that you can fix, or that you can maybe gain something from as well, right? With that experience going forward. Something making you stronger by living with it and overcoming it. But it is true that not everything that seems like a weakness necessarily is one, which would apply to emotions. Emotions exist for a reason within humans, right? And even within animals to a degree, they are functional. They inform our motive structure. They inform who we want to be and where we want to go. So oftentimes, obviously, we do have emotions like fear and anger that we have to process and regulate, because we do know they are not always appropriate, because they don't always lead us to positive consequences, right? Especially in a developed society. Obviously, those had a functionality in the past, and they still have a functionality today. Fear warns us of danger. Anger and aggression, they spur us to action, right? To defend ourselves, or to fight for ourselves, or to be at the ready for anything that comes our way. Fight or flight, a response that is very, very natural to humans and can even today still be useful, because emotions are informative. They are informative to things that are a danger to us, to things that are good for us, right? Like, if we feel satisfied, if we feel happy, that means that in many cases, not in all the cases, but in many cases, the things that make us happy might be good for us, right? Emotions are maybe less rational, but they work on a plane where there's a certain logic to them as well, right? We do have a reward structure. We do something and the consequences are positive for us, so we feel rewarded. So we are spurred, we are animated, we learn to do these things more that make us feel rewarded. Now, obviously, that can also be maladaptive in certain ways, right? Drugs that hijack our reward center make us do more drugs because we feel rewarded when we do them. And then at some point in time, our brain was flooded with dopamine and all kinds of other things through, I don't know, smoking, for example. When we don't have it, we don't feel like ourselves anymore because we are used to a certain level of it, and that's not good. So our systems, our emotions can be hijacked, but our logic can be too, right? Our capacity to think, to logic and whatnot, it can be equally wrong in certain circumstances. So to see emotions as only a flaw is entirely wrong. At least for most humans, I would say. Emotions, more than anything, also help us live together in harmony, despite being our own individuals, right? I mean, obviously, maybe you can make the argument for a hive mind and like collective to be more efficient. But then you have to ask what, in that specific circumstance, what is an individual then? Is the individual just humanity as a whole? And if that's the case, then how does it define itself? Ava does that great, like that whole thematic about how do we define ourselves? How do we separate ourselves from other people? If the entire world is just me, does the world really exist, right? If I can't tell where I end and something or someone else begins, what is there for me to interact with? What is there for me to actually exist in? Thought-provoking, definitely, and something probably most philosophers in the history of humanity have asked themselves. And something you don't have a clear answer for until one day and in millions of years maybe something like that becomes attainable. If it ever does. But grand concepts have always fascinated us, right? All of us as humans. The imagery is definitely impressive and awe-inspiring. And then we have the boy savior coming in with speed and trying to save the entire world. Same frame, by the way, that we had when he was attacking Jinx, which is really cool. And he gets stopped, right? We're like, he's going in, but no, oops. But he manages to pull back. I did not have that in my noggin. I didn't have that in my brain that he can actually rewind and rewind and rewind. And he does so. It's still not enough, but at the very least, it helps him a lot at first. To just get in there and make it hard for Victor to defend. But we have the satisfying conclusion of Victor and Chase having their final confrontation. It's like, that device can't be. Boom, and this is what kicks it off, right? This is what blows the mask open, what opens Victor from being maybe hijacked by his higher understanding of everything to being brought down back to being a human, kind of, right? Cracks in the mask. One of his eyes sees from the human side again, grounded. All I want is my partner back, and we do apply to, like, we do address Victor's humanity. Why do you persist after everything I've done? Because I promised you. And we go back and we have the satisfying conclusion that was foreshadowed so long. Of Victor saving himself, of Victor saving everybody. Although he has damned everybody. Obviously with Jace together. Thought I could bring an end to the world's suffering. When every equation was solved. All that remained were fields of dreamless solitude. There's nothingness. But what a beautiful way to express that. There's no price to perfection, only an end to pursuit. And that is 100% right. And that is one of the most satisfying conclusions of a story. From such like two characters that, while they were not the main focus many of these episodes, right? Because they don't represent the more emotional side of things that is relegated to Vi and Jinx and Caitlyn and all of them. They represent that grand dream, right? The scientist in all of us, the dreamer, the inventor, the researcher, the dreamer. Yes, the dreamer in all of us. But what Victor realized is that when he was connected to everything and he was starting to understand and know everything, that when you're so enlightened, when you're so awake, you stop dreaming. And isn't a dream more than just its merit of potentially becoming reality? Isn't a dream of value on its own, by itself, right? Because it is a dream. Isn't that something beautiful on its own? Here he's unsure, he's afraid, he's looking at it for the first time with his own eyes. Like, you must go. But we have that emotional moment. He's like, no, I'm giving that back. You gave it to me. We finished this together. We revert it back. We give them all of their souls back, their free will, their individuality. And this is like some of the most lucid dream artistic depictions of streams of consciousness and universal concepts that are very hard to discern, right? It's just an artistic explosion of beauty, right? But it evokes something in you. Someone created that. Think about that for a second. Somebody created that. And it is of so much value, such incredible value. I mean, it's not just someone, it's a lot of someones who created that. Put that into shapes and forms, meshed it together. And it makes you feel a certain way. It makes you feel a lot of different, complicated, convoluted feelings that you can't express, but it moves you. This final conclusion of two friends and soulmates. Two visionaries of their time, partners in crime. Finishing what they started. And we're all back. The storm has cleared. And we're all falling down with a hard knock. And then we come to the conclusion that I've already talked about, where I'm like, I don't see it. I don't, okay? I'm sorry. Bye, you can make it to the other ledge. You can't save him. And she's reliving that trauma. And this is what I don't understand, okay? Maybe I don't think I've done any, I've come to wrong conclusions here. I don't see the message. It's like, you gotta let me go. And maybe that is a lesson that can be learned, right? Like, you gotta let me go. Not like that. Not like that. I could just lay my head down and rest. And hey, maybe in that moment she is satisfied with what she's done, but what does she leave behind? I'm sure you could interpret something into that by saying, hey, it's what Vander and Echo were saying in the other dimension. Sometimes you gotta fill your own cup, right? Sometimes you can't just think about others all the time. You just gotta do what makes you happy and satisfied. But I refuse to believe that giving up, leaving this wasteland of a world before you're about to sprout back to life, before seeing it grow again. Because there is things that can grow there. I refuse to believe, blowing out the candle, didn't even notice that the first time. I refuse to believe that this is the conclusion and the lesson we were supposed to learn here. Please let me go. And yeah, maybe in that moment she felt that it was a relief for her to finally go. But I do think if she lived past that point, she would have realized that letting go was not the only option, and it was not the best option to have. Because who do you leave behind here, right? Echo, Vi, all of them. Survivors, but... and maybe lessons learned through them, but there's nothing but emptiness there. And that's because you're gone. This is not the ending Jinx deserves, in all honesty. I do wonder where the airship is flying to. I don't think this is like on the airship, right? This is like them just being in Caitlin's house. I do wonder where the airship is flying though. Into the horizon, right? Into the sunset. Nah. This is not okay. Like, this is the only thing about the ending that I actually actively disagree with. I don't think that's a thing that should have happened. I don't think it teaches us any important, valuable lesson. It has some minor things you can probably glean from it, right? Like, you can't save everybody, or some wounds are too deep, some kind of melancholic, nihilistic shit that you can gather from that. But that's not my style, right? That's not my style. I'm not the kind of person who believes that anybody or anything is unsalvageable. I do believe that everybody out there has the chance to be happy. You out there, you do have the chance to be happy. No matter how broken your past was, no matter how hard it was, there is an option for you. And it will come your way eventually if you keep your mind open for it. To heal. Maybe not to be the happiest person on earth. Maybe not to be free of pain any time in your life. But to be able to handle and process the pain, and to be able to enjoy the good things that will no doubt come your way if you keep your mind open for it. I do wholeheartedly believe in that. I do believe that this is a fundamental truth of our world, because humans have existed for so long, and we've managed to persevere and go through a lot of hard times. And so far, we've come out on top every time. And I do believe, I'm that kind of optimist that I do believe that we do have that capacity all the time, no matter where we are in our lives, at which stage, to heal and to process and to become more than we were yesterday. And I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I want to thank all of the patrons that supported me, specifically for Arcane, but also all of the people who just support me in general with all the things I'm doing, the analysis I'm providing after videos, the emotions I'm showing during the videos, hopefully. Hopefully I'm conveying them enough, because I guess that's the skill, in my opinion, when you're doing reactions, that you can actually convey that emotion, that you can bring across what's going through your mind, you can show what's going on inside of you, even if it's just a little bit. and that you can later on just take that all and put it together and present it afterwards in kind of like an analysis plus conclusion plus personal thoughts and all of that. A little reminder that, before we go, a little reminder that this is probably the last day or one of the last days, if this is public on YouTube, that you are able to vote in the poll of what's going to come after Arcane. Probably going to take a few weeks till it comes out, but it's basically here, and once the voting has concluded, I'm probably going to make a short video being like, okay, this one. Maybe we'll have like a setup and a general idea of when it's going to come your way and how we're going to do it or whatever. New series always going to have to figure out what we're going to do with it, right? And how the YouTube copyright ID system, whatever, interacts with it and all of these things, but it's going to come your way either way. We have a lot of cool stuff on there that can be voted on. Girls Last Tour, Vinland Saga. I think Land of the Lustrous is on there as well. And we had a fourth one in there. I don't know. Apothecary Diaries, I think. Yeah, I think so. Vote on it if you want to see it. And I'll see you next time, hopefully, for a reaction.